Going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Reed here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Happy Sunday. And it is April 24th, 2022. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday morning. And I hope everybody had a great weekend. It is a happy Sunday. Beautiful weather outside. Also, I have my Wawa coffee here. If anybody can see that, yeah. So I have my Wawa coffee here. And we are joining you guys on this Sunday morning. So thank you for being a part of us, and we greatly appreciate it. We greatly appreciate it. So, again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community, and We just want to say thank you. Another thing too, a lot of people asked what was going on last Sunday. You did not have a streaming podcast last Sunday. Yes, it was Easter last Sunday, folks. So happy Easter to everybody out there that celebrates. Hopefully everybody had a great weekend last week and a great holiday nonetheless, and made the most of it. So yeah, it was Easter weekend last week, and we took that 1 week break, and so we figured, no streaming, nothing like that. But again, sports doesn't stop. Of course, it does not. But again, once in a while, we deserve that break. So we went ahead and took advantage of it. But other than that, folks, thank you for being part of us on this Sunday morning. It is April 24th, 2022. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. And also, happy Easter to my Syrian heritage. Yes, it is Easter in Syria. So I know a lot of people are waking up this morning. Christ has risen, pretty much. So Jesus Christ has risen. So it is Happy Sunday indeed for the Syrian Orthodox. It is Happy Easter to them. So give a big shout out to them. I am part of that community, so we deserve that recognition nonetheless. But again, folks, hopefully everybody's having a great weekend. Again, it is April 24th, 2022. We have a lot to cover, though. Yes, we do, on this Sunday morning. We're going to talk about some history in the making in the minor league basketball picture. Yes. And I witnessed it yesterday. Because I was announcing the basketball game. So yesterday, Lehigh Valley Flight, ladies and gentlemen, they took on the Nova Bulls. And speaking of the Nova Bulls will be playing today's game as well. So they have they had a road game yesterday against the Lehigh Valley Flight, and they traveled back home on a 4-hour drive to take on Red Rose Thunder today. So we wish them not the best. Good luck to them today at their matchup against Red Rose Thunder. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we hosted the Nova Bulls yesterday here at Eastside Youth Center. So again, it was the Lehigh Valley Flight taking on the Nova Bulls. It was 7 p.m. tip-off time at the Eastside Youth Center here in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Home of, our basketball community that has been introduced to the minor league basketball. Also in the East Coast Basketball League, the Eastern Conference Basketball League. Nonetheless, we're part of the Mid-Atlantic. Nonetheless, and without further ado, so I'm trying to get to the point here. We picked up our first win, ladies and gentlemen, in franchise history. Yes, we did. So, what a great memorable night it was, folks. I was a part of it. We were excited as a team, as a whole unit. We had an amazing night last night in achieving history in the making, folks. So again, part of the minor league basketball team and being introduced to part of the Lehigh Valley, being part here, bringing this basketball team into the Allentown, Pennsylvania nation. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome to pick up this first victory, and it says a whole lot. And folks, I've said it all along from the beginning of the season. Once you get your first victory, it becomes a winning streak. You move on and you carry that momentum moving forward. So again, once you get one win under your belt, you continue that trend. So hopefully, this upcoming week, ladies and gentlemen, the Lehigh Valley Flight, this upcoming weekend, next, I believe, next Saturday, this upcoming Saturday going into next Sunday, so Saturday, this coming up, the Lehigh Valley Flight will be on the road, against the Red Rose Thunder. And then on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you heard that correctly. They have a game on Sunday, May 1st at 7 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, against the Philly Raiders. So Philly Raiders are coming here to the Eastside Youth Center to take on the Lehigh Valley Flight on Sunday, May 1st, ladies and gentlemen. That will be 7 p.m. tip-off time. Yes, you heard that right, folks. They'll be here 7 p.m. tip-off time on Sunday, folks. So tune into that one. It's going to be awesome. So hopefully we knock off Red Rose Thunder this upcoming Saturday to pick up our second win of the season. And then hopefully we'll be looking at our third win of the season when we host the Philly Raiders next Sunday. So with that being said, I just want to give a big shout out again to the Lehigh Valley Flight organization on picking up their first win of the season and making franchise history as part of the minor league basketball team affiliation. We witnessed history in the making, folks. The final score, and for anybody that did not come out to the game, they missed the game. Again, it was streamed on YouTube channel. On the Lehigh Valley Flight's YouTube channel. Final score, ladies and gentlemen, was 110-105 Lehigh Valley Flight. So awesome stuff there, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Lehigh Valley Flight made history in the making last night, folks, in beating the Nova Bulls 110-105, ladies and gentlemen. Final score there, 5-point game deficit. After what was 25-point lead after the third quarter. So Nova Bulls made a little bit of a comeback in the fourth, but Lehigh Valley Flight figured it out how to close games, and they finished it very well. Even though they're still, they needed more than 8 points to be eligible for the playoffs. But now, ladies and gentlemen, they got to make sure that they win more games, more than the Nova Bulls do, to be eligible for the playoffs. And yes, you heard that correctly, folks. They are eligible for the playoffs. The minor league basketball is a little bit different. Because we are in the Mid-Atlantic, they are considering, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the minor league basketball associate, the minor leagues in general. They are considering 6 people from that conference to be eligible for the playoffs. And right now, we are one of them. So, fingers crossed that we do make it, folks. Because anything goes in the playoffs. It really does. So, again, we can break hearts for some people. We know how to score points. The Lehigh Valley Flight, ladies and gentlemen, as a basketball team, they know how to score points. They figured it out, and they're working as a team. Their chemistry is there, and they did a heck of a job last night. So congratulations to the Lehigh Valley Flight basketball team in picking up their first victory of the season in franchise history nonetheless. So again, if they pick up 2 wins, if they pick up their third win, it's all systems go for Lehigh Valley Flight and punching their ticket to the playoffs. Even though the record says different, but they are eligible, though. They are eligible if the Nova Bulls do not win the rest of their games. And so we just gotta pray and hope that they stay a one-loss team. And we, in our part, we try to get our second win or maybe third win. We go on this winning streak moving forward. So hopefully that's the case scenario. So we'll see what happens. But again, folks, for us to be eligible for the playoffs, pretty much it's picking up our second and third, maybe picking up our second win. But if we want to keep that trend going where we are definitely locked for that playoff position, there's nothing wrong with picking up our third win of the season either. So we got to do our part still as a basketball team, and hopefully we could punch our ticket to the playoffs nonetheless. Maybe with the final record of possibly 3-8, to finish the season strong. So awesome stuff indeed. So again, congratulations to the Lehigh Valley Flight. It is very good news indeed. And we witnessed history in the making, folks, in finally making history as a basketball team in picking up our first win in franchise history. So awesome stuff nonetheless. Awesome stuff. All right. With that being said, that's what needed to be covered there. Again, it was 110, ladies and gentlemen, to 105, the final score. All right. All right. Let's see. Let's see what else we got to talk about today. All right. Cool. So, for all of you soccer fans out there, you probably have heard this by now, right? And I can't justify this, but ladies and gentlemen, women being a part of sports is something that is truly an inspiration. It really is. Women are making something so much valuable in the game of sports. It is beyond truly amazing, folks. It really is. For women to be a part of it in general. With that being said, folks, this past week, out of Barcelona, women's soccer, ladies and gentlemen, they made history, folks. Yeah, they made history. For anybody that's not aware, but hopefully by now you guys are aware. Maybe you heard about this news already. But with that being said, folks, the women's soccer in Barcelona made history this past week. And what I mean by history is the attendance audience that were in that game this past week. So, what I mean by that, again, it was attendance. But now you're all asking how much in attendance was it, that big of a world record. So, it was a world record indeed. It was a world record indeed, folks. So, this past week, according to articles and according to sources, Barcelona women set an all-time attendance record in the UWCL, ladies and gentlemen, over Wolfsburg. Yes. So the women's soccer, ladies and gentlemen, had an all-time attendance record. That's pretty awesome. So, now, you're all probably wondering how many people were in attendance? 91,648 people, ladies and gentlemen. 91,648 people were in attendance for that Barcelona women's soccer team that when they beat Wolfsburg, ladies and gentlemen. That's pretty awesome. Again, they beat them with the final score 5-1 for their excuse me. So they beat them 5-1 for their first leg Championship League semifinal. So again, for the second time in a month, ladies and gentlemen, they had a record, attendance record of 91,648 for the Barcelona women's soccer team. It's pretty awesome. So again, Barcelona continues to break records. For anybody that's wondering what the previous record was, it was 9,000. It was 91,553. Yeah, it was 91,553, folks. So when it was against when the women went up against Real Madrid. So awesome stuff indeed. So congratulations to the women, the Barcelona women's soccer team, and continuing to break records, and they continue to amaze people, man, in Barcelona. I'll tell you what, it's truly, truly amazing. They continue to, to become that sold out crowd, which is pretty awesome. So soccer is getting its recognition, folks, and soccer for a lot of soccer fans out there. During soccer season, it's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome to witness when you have a sold out crowd and breaking records and surpassing 91,553 in attendance to become and over less than a month to surpass that with 91,600 and ladies and gentlemen, 648. So that is pretty awesome. If you all recall, too, ladies and gentlemen, prior to that woman's record, it had stood since the year 1999, when it was 90,185 fans who watched the World Cup between the United States and China at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. So, if anybody that recalls, back in the year 1999, it was 90,185 fans in total attendance when it was the World Cup final between United States and China. Again, in that game was played in California, and it was a total of 90,185 in total attendance. So that's where that record stood. But then Barcelona broke that record just this past year alone, with a total of 91,648 in attendance. So it's pretty awesome indeed, to witness something like that. So again, the women continue to amaze, ladies and gentlemen. The women continue to amaze, and when they break records, it is definitely definitely a must-see television. It is definitely a must-see television indeed. So awesome stuff indeed, folks. Awesome stuff. All right. With that being said, let me see here. Okay. All right. So let's see. See what else we have to talk about today. All right. All right. So, folks, this is not really going to be it's not going to be a long show today. It really is not. I mean, we do have we have a little bit of stuff to talk about, but I don't expect this to be a long show today. I really don't. So, we're going to try to make it brief and give you, all the details that's happening around sports today. We're gonna try to make it short and simple and possible. For everybody to enjoy the rest of their Sunday today, nonetheless. So we might not be here long today. So all depends It all depends really on how fast we get done and we deliver our information nonetheless. So yeah, we do not expect this to be a long show at all. So with that being said, folks, if anybody did tune in to our recorded podcast, we have a recorded podcast on Friday where we talked about our pretty much I think on Friday I talked about my on Friday on my recorded podcast I talked about my mock draft for the NBA. So if anybody missed that video, go back and tune into that video because I did give out my mock draft on the latest who do I believe has the better chance of making it to the NBA, and who, after some college players announced that they are, moving on from college and going to the pros. And some of them, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into a little bit more details on that because I'm going to talk about that today on this show. But you're talking about some sophomores that are eligible for the NBA draft. You got some freshman college players that are eligible for the draft. Yeah, you heard that right, folks. There are some freshman people that have put their name in the hat to skip, college in general and go to and punch their ticket to the NBA. So yeah, there is some freshman players out there, folks. There are some freshman players out there. So we're gonna talk about that. So we're gonna talk about some college basketball news in a little bit. So yeah, we'll get to that. Definitely, folks. We'll get to that. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about NHL hockey news. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the NHL hockey season pretty much, I think, ends this upcoming week. I think April 29th is when the NHL hockey regular season is wrapped up. And we focus our attention onto the playoffs. So I believe that's when the hockey regular season ends. I believe this upcoming Friday. So I believe so. I believe the beginning of May. I believe the beginning of May is when the NHL playoffs begin. So we have some breaking news on some players that have clinched a playoff berth in the NHL hockey perspective. So with that being said, let's get right into that. Oh, excuse me. Okay. All right. So, all right. With that being said, folks, let's get right into it. All right. So we do have some hockey news to share with everybody. So again, with that being said, folks, I believe the NHL hockey regular season ends this upcoming week. I believe so. And then we focus our attention onto the NHL playoffs beginning of May. Beginning of May is when we start focusing our attention on the Stanley Cup playoffs. So before you know it, folks, the Stanley Cup playoffs will be here to determine who's going to be the hottest team in the NHL perspective that that wants the Stanley Cup. Now, you all recall that the Stanley Cup champions were the Tampa Bay Lightning. They've been champions back to back, which is very, very impressive. You hardly ever hear that out of the NHL hockey perspective, where the same team in NHL hockey wins the Stanley Cup in back-to-back seasons, which is pretty impressive. Tampa Bay Lightning are, pretty much unbeatable right now. Can they do it again? Can they really be? Can they be a dynasty, folks? Can Tampa Bay Lightning? But you got a lot of good teams out there in the NHL right now that are looking in. You got the Florida Panthers. Oh my God, we're gonna get to that. Florida Panthers are looking pretty good right now. You got the Flames, I believe. The Calgary Flames. They're doing awesome right now in NHL hockey. So, I think you got Edmonton Oilers that are in it. I believe so. So, there's a lot of good teams out there. All right. So, with that being said, let's talk about it. Let's get underway here. So, speaking of the Florida Panthers, folks, the Panthers have set a new franchise record of 13 straight wins. Yeah, you heard that right, folks. 13 straight. I mean, what an incredible winning streak that they're on. 13 straight. 13 straight wins as a franchise. So, congratulations to the Florida Panthers on that. So, setting a 13-win season. 13 winning record. 13 franchise record, I'm sorry. So, yeah, they set a new record with 13. 13 straight wins. So, pretty impressive. Folks. Pretty impressive. So 13 straight wins is something not to be ashamed of at all. So pretty awesome. News is coming out from the Golden Knights, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I think it's actually this is actually going to happen today. So the Golden Knights. So this is coming out of the Vegas Golden Knights organization from the NHL hockey perspective. So according to sources and news, this is good news for Golden Knights. They are hopeful that today that Robin Lehigh could possibly play despite injury concerns. So that's coming out of the Vegas Golden Knights organization. So they're hopeful that Robin Lehigh could possibly play later on today. Which is pretty awesome from the Vegas Golden Knights organization out of the NHL hockey perspective. So hopefully that'll be some good news for him to come back, as he has been the missing piece to the puzzle for the Vegas Golden Knights while he was recovering from injury. So awesome stuff there. The Edmonton Oilers also have some great news out of their organization. They are expected to have Darnell Nurse to be back for the playoffs. So as he is recovering from injury as well, the Oilers have announced that Darnell Nurse is expected to come back and ready and healthy for the playoffs, which is very good news for the Edmonton Oilers. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, let me see what else we have here. Again, I mentioned playoff teams that clinched. So congratulations to the Pacific Division team from the NHL hockey perspective. The Calgary Flames have clinched the Pacific Division for the 8th time. For the 8th time in franchise history. So pretty impressive. Pretty impressive for the Calgary Flames in securing that. So they're in the playoffs again for the 8th time in franchise history. So for the Calgary Flames, 8 times to be in the playoff picture, pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Now, something has to give, of course. But I mean, hopefully it's a successful championship run, nonetheless, right? So, yeah, but they clinched the Pacific Division for the 8th time in franchise history, which is awesome. Awesome stuff indeed. Okay. All right. So again, for the Calgary Flames, they have clinched the Pacific Division in the NHL hockey for the 8th time, ladies and gentlemen, for the 8th time in franchise history, folks. The Calgary Flames are back they're back in the playoffs. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Matthew Tushik, number 19 of I believe it, isn't it? Hold up. Yeah, is that Calgary Flames? Yeah. So Matthew Tushik, he has reached 100 points in 78 games. So congratulations to him. Standing ovation on that. He is, I think, part of the Calgary Flames. So congratulations to him on that. He deserves that. So he just reached 100. 100, yeah, I think it's 178 games he did reach. Yeah, he did. Okay, so yeah, awesome stuff indeed. So 100, he has 100 points in 78 games. So pretty impressive indeed by Matthew Tushik, ladies and gentlemen, in reaching his goal. And in his professional career, nonetheless, in NHL hockey. So awesome stuff. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this person needs some recognition as well. Congratulations to Nikita Korov. Yeah, Nikita Korov with 600 points that he achieved this past week on April 1st, 2022. For the Tampa Bay Lightning, of course, yes. So Nikita Kucherov, he has hit the 600-point mark, and he surpassed that and achieved that this past week, again, on April 21st, 2022. So congratulations to him on that in his professional NHL hockey career. So awesome stuff indeed. They need all the recognition they can get, folks. I mean, this is what professional hockey is all about. This is what it's all about. So awesome stuff indeed. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations for this gentleman here this past week. He goes by the name of Kirill Kaprizov. Yeah, Kirill Kaprizov. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the Minnesota Wild, yes, he also achieved his 100 points in 77 games. So congratulations to him and the Minnesota Wild organization in achieving that this past week as well. So again, Kirill Kaprizov achieved 100 points in 77 games this past week as well. So awesome stuff indeed, and hopefully many more to come for that gentleman nonetheless. And it's always, folks, it is always really important, no matter what nature of sports you are in. Once you first achieve what needs to be achieved in getting your 100 points or getting in Major League Baseball, when you get your 300th home run, it's so awesome. Or when you get your 3,000 hit in Major League Baseball, we're gonna get to that too. It's pretty awesome. It really is. So, no matter what professional sport you play, when you achieve that, it is so awesome indeed to have that under your belt, and especially on your resume, to achieving that goal nonetheless. As a person, you will remember. I mean, you will cherish that and remember it for years to come, for what you achieved and accomplished. Nonetheless, again, congratulations to the Edmonton Oilers. They have clinched a spot in the Stanley Cup playoffs. With good news for somebody that's coming back from injury, and he'll be ready for the playoffs for the Edmonton Oilers. Again, that will be what's his name going into the playoffs. It will be Darnell Nurse, who will be coming back, expected healthy and fully recovered, and ready for the playoffs. Maybe going into next week, hopefully. But it's all about clinching that playoff spot in the Stanley Cup. So awesome stuff in there. Awesome stuff for the Edmonton Oilers to punch their ticket for a shot at the Stanley Cup trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, also this team needs some recognition. The Florida Panthers, folks. Not only they secured a 13th straight win in franchise history, and not only did they punch their ticket, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoffs, they also have a great record too. The Florida Panthers have a great record in NHL hockey. But also, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Look at this interesting fact. They have the most goals in a season in the salary cap era. Impressive, right? Impressive for the Florida Panthers. Now, if you ask me this, look at this. The Florida Panthers, folks, right now, they currently hold a 57-15 record. 57 wins and 15 losses in the NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen. That is awesome. That is awesome. So, the Toronto Maple Leafs they have 51 wins and 21 losses on the season. So, right now, I'm going to pull up, ladies and gentlemen, the NHL playoff picture, where right now each team stands as far as the conference is concerned. So, let's see if I have this correctly. Okay, I think I do have this correctly. All right. So, as of right now, let's talk about the NHL hockey perspective, ladies and gentlemen. The playoff picture in general. So far, ladies and gentlemen, in the Eastern Conference, the Florida Panthers hold the best record in that conference. Currently, right now, they are 57-15 as the number one seed in the Eastern Conference in the NHL hockey playoff picture. With the Washington Capitals currently, right now, 44-23. That's the current record they're holding. Now, if the playoffs were to start today, that would be the current matchup right now. It would be the Florida Panthers versus the Washington Capitals going head to head if the NHL playoffs started today. So that's the current matchup. Also, the Toronto Maple Leafs are in it right now with 51 wins and 21 losses. The Tampa Bay Lightning are currently in it right now with a 48-22 record. And if the playoffs started today, those two would go head-to-head. It would be Toronto Maple Leafs versus the Tampa Bay Lightning. So the Tampa Bay Lightning are going to defend their title. So far right now, it is against the Toronto Maple Leafs. So these are where the current matchups stand right now. Also, the Cardinals... No, excuse me, not the Cardinals. The Carolina NHL hockey team is currently 51 wins and 20 losses on the season. If the playoffs started today, they would be facing the Boston Bruins. The Boston Bruins are 48-25 on the season in NHL hockey. And speaking of Carolina, ladies and gentlemen, so during the regular season, Carolina and Boston Bruins, they went head-to-head in the regular season matchups. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, here's some news I would like to share with you. The Boston Bruins currently lead 3-0 against Carolina. 3-0. So the Boston Bruins right now currently have the upper hand in the NHL hockey perspective. So, with that being said, right now, Boston, if the playoffs started today, it would be Boston versus Carolina, folks. So, again, you're talking about the Carolina Hurricanes going up against the Boston Bruins. So, again, currently, the Boston Bruins hold a 3-0 lead on the Carolina Hurricanes in a regular season matchup. So if the playoffs started today, those two would go head-to-head currently as we speak. And also, the Toronto Maple Leafs, ladies and gentlemen, and the Tampa Bay Lightning, they went up against each other during the regular season. And both of them currently are 2-2, ladies and gentlemen. So anything has to give if the playoffs started today. Who would be the better team, pretty much. So they both have 2 wins and 2 losses in their regular season matchup when they both faced each other during the regular season. So the series is tied 2 apiece. During the regular season, again, when we talked about if the playoffs did start today, between the Florida Panthers, who hold the best record in NHL hockey right now, if the playoffs started today, they would be facing the Washington Capitals. They did play each other during the regular season, and right now, the Florida Panthers, they hold a 2-1 record on the Washington Capitals right now as we speak. So that's where the series lead is currently between those two clubs, those two organizations. So if the playoffs started today, ladies and gentlemen, the Florida Panthers are familiar with the Washington Capitals, and they know how to dance with them where the game really matters the most. And the final game, ladies and gentlemen, that I was talking about in the Eastern Conference, so every team that I'm talking about right now, ladies and gentlemen, are locked for the playoff position in the Eastern Conference. There is nobody looking in. There is nobody in the hunt for the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. Everybody's locked in. So one more team that I forgot to mention in the Eastern Conference in the NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen, is the New York Rangers, who currently are 51 wins and 22 losses on the season. If the playoffs started today, they will be going up against the Pittsburgh Penguins. So, again, the Pittsburgh Penguins are 45-23 on the season. So, that is currently where... man, talk about allergies, folks. Talk about allergy season. Sorry about that. And not to mention, I think we're expected to hit 80-degree weather today, from what I'm hearing. All right, so pollen is all over the place right now. So please excuse me for that. Yes, we do have the windows open in our podcast. So yeah, please excuse me for that. I mean, people are wondering why are you complaining about that. I'm inside an indoor facility, but yeah, we did open up the windows. We did crank them up. With the beautiful weather going on outside today, and all of a sudden pollen is affecting me right now. So bear with me. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, again, if the playoffs started today in the NHL hockey perspective, right now, during the regular season, the New York Rangers and the Pittsburgh Penguins, they did meet in the regular season, of course. And right now, the Rangers, they hold a 3-1 series lead on the Pittsburgh Penguins. So right now, the Rangers really have the upper hand here. So, but again, when it comes to the playoffs, it could be a whole different scenario, right or wrong. So, but right now, currently, the New York Rangers hold a 3-1 lead on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Again, ladies and gentlemen, look at this last matchup between the Pittsburgh Penguins and the New York Rangers, dating back to February 26th of 2022. The Pittsburgh Penguins, they beat the New York Rangers 1-0 on February 26th, 2022. And then on March 25th, 2022, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the New York Rangers 5-1. And then on March 29th, 2022, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they lost to the New York Rangers 3-2. Yeah, so, and then the Pittsburgh Penguins also lost to the New York Rangers on April 7th, 2022, just this past month, alone in itself. The New York Rangers beat the Pittsburgh Penguins 3-0. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Rangers hold that 3-1 lead on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the teams in the Eastern Conference that are locked in the NHL hockey. Again, I'll go over them again. It is the Florida Panthers, the Washington Capitals, the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Carolina Hurricanes, the Boston Bruins, the New York Rangers, and the Pittsburgh Panthers. The Pittsburgh Penguins. They're all locked in and ready to go if the playoffs started today in NHL hockey perspective. All right, the teams that are eliminated, of course, the New York Islanders, Columbus is eliminated, Buffalo is eliminated, Detroit is eliminated, Ottawa is eliminated, New Jersey is eliminated, Philadelphia Flyers are eliminated, and the Montreal Canadiens. Speaking of the Montreal Canadiens, they're the team that went to the Stanley Cup last year against the Tampa Bay Lightning, and they lost in that Stanley Cup Finals matchup last year, and they had no chance this season at all. Man, talk about the Montreal Canadiens, folks. Their record is 20-48? So they only had 20 wins on the season this year and 48 losses. Wow. And they made the Stanley Cup last year? Yeah. Talk about a difference. What 1 year makes, ladies and gentlemen. Talk about a difference year. So again, last year they make the Stanley Cup, and this year they don't make the playoffs in general. So they're not even in the playoff picture, nonetheless. So what a devastating loss for the Montreal Canadiens, not even to be mentioned or talked about, being considered to be in the playoff picture, nonetheless. So what a difference a year makes. All right, let's talk about the Western Conference. Of course, we need to talk about the Western Conference, right? So, as of right now, ladies and gentlemen, if the playoffs started today in NHL hockey, of course, you would see the Calgary Flames. Again, they punched their ticket to the playoffs. They have actually the best record in the Western Conference in NHL hockey. They're currently sitting at 49 wins and 20 losses. And they'll be going up. So if the playoffs started today, they will be going up against the Nashville Predators. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, the Nashville Predators are 44 and 29 on the season. Again, they did face each other. So speaking of the Calgary Flames and the Nashville Predators, they faced each other during the NHL regular season. Right now, the Predators, they currently lead a 2-0 lead on the Calgary Flames. So, again, talk about the regular season matchups dating back to November 2nd of 2021. Nashville beat the Calgary Flames in overtime by the final score of 3-2. And then, in a shout-out, ladies and gentlemen, in a shout-out victory, the Nashville Predators, they beat Calgary Flames on April 19 of 2022 by the final score of 3-2. And then they got an upcoming matchup on April 26th. I think this upcoming week. The Calgary Flames versus Nashville. So they have a game coming up this week. So it'll be Calgary Flames versus Nashville Predators to close out the potential regular season. So again, right now the Predators currently lead 2-0 in that series. All right. Edmonton Oilers, they punched their ticket. Congratulations to them. They're in it right now. They hold the second. They're the second best record behind the Calgary Flames. The Edmonton Oilers right now are 46 and 26 on the season. If the playoffs started today, they would be facing the Los Angeles. I believe they'll be facing the Los Angeles Knights. Yeah, they'd be going up against the Knights right now. I believe so. No, excuse me, Los Angeles Kings. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Vegas Knights. So if the playoffs started today, folks, Edmonton Oilers would be facing the Los Angeles Kings. The Los Angeles Kings are 43 and 27 on the season. Right now, the Oilers, they hold a 3-1 series lead on the Los Angeles Kings. So if the playoffs started today, that matchup would be locked in place. All right. And then also you have, ladies and gentlemen, Colorado Avalanche against the Dallas Stars. Colorado Avalanche, ladies and gentlemen, they have actually they have the best record than the Calgary Flames and the Edmonton Oilers. They actually are the best number one team, I believe, right now. So Colorado Avalanche are 55 wins and 17 losses on the season. So if the playoffs started today, they'll be facing the Dallas Stars. The Dallas Stars are 44 and 30 on the season. So again, right now, the Stars, they currently lead a 2-1 series lead in the regular season. That's a regular season series lead. Dallas Stars are leading that series right now 2-1 against the Colorado Avalanche. So if the playoffs started today, though, that matchup would be locked. It will be Colorado Avalanche versus Dallas Stars. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, the final current matchup, if the playoffs did start today, it would be Minnesota Wild. Minnesota Wild did punch their ticket in. They'll be facing the St. Louis Blues. Again, Minnesota Wild is 50 and 21 on the season. And the St. Louis Blues are 48 and 20 on the season. And right now, the Blues, they currently lead a 3-0 series lead on the Minnesota Wild. Again, dating back to January 1st of 2022, the St. Louis Blues, they beat Minnesota Wild 6-4 on January 1st, 2022, on New Year's Day. And also, ladies and gentlemen, on April 8th, 2022, the Minnesota Wild, they lost the St. Louis Blues in overtime by the final score of 4-3. And then on April 16 of 2022, just let alone this past month, the St. Louis Blues, they beat Minnesota Wild in overtime. 6-5 was your final score. Hector Vasquez, good morning, buddy. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the show, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Hector Vasquez, head coach of the Lehigh Valley Flight. Again, my friend, congratulations on your first victory in franchise history, and bringing a victory to the minor league basketball. Standing ovation to you, my friend. Awesome stuff indeed for the Lehigh Valley Flight and picking up their first win of the season in franchise history. Awesome job. Congratulations to you, nonetheless, on picking up that victory, and hopefully more victories to come, my friend. Awesome stuff indeed. Thank you for joining us on this Sunday morning Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. All right, so again, folks, those are the eligible teams in the Western Conference right now in NHL hockey. So here are the teams again that are locked for the NHL hockey in the Western Conference once the playoffs start next week. Again, they are the Calgary Flames, they're in it. Nashville Predators, they're in it. Edmonton Oilers, they're in it. The Los Angeles Kings, they're in it. Colorado Avalanche, they're in it. Dallas Stars, they're in it. Minnesota Wild, they're in it. And St. Louis Blues are in it. Now, there are still teams that are fighting for the playoffs, still with 1 week away from NHL regular season closing out. You have the Vegas Golden Knights that are still fighting for the playoffs. They're currently in the hunt right now. Their record is 42-31 on the season. So hopefully this week they punch their ticket in. We're waiting a little bit more on that. So they're still alive. So hopefully they make it in. They are still alive and they're still in it. So Vegas Golden Knights, they have a shot to make the playoffs this upcoming week. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Vancouver Cancun's. I believe the Vancouver Cancun's did punch their ticket into the playoffs. I'm not sure. As of right now, according to articles and sources, they're still in the hunt. They're still fighting for the playoff position. So, but I did hear something about that they punched their ticket in. But as of right now, they're still in the hunt. So hopefully this coming week, they definitely lock their playoff position in place after the regular season wraps up in NHL hockey. So as of right now, ladies and gentlemen, they hold their record of 38-30 on the season. So that's where the Western Conference picture looks like in NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here are the teams that are eliminated from the NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen. Winnipeg Jets are eliminated. The San Jose Sharks are eliminated. Anaheim are eliminated. The Anaheim Ducks are eliminated. Chicago Blackhawks are eliminated. Yeah, I believe the Chicago Blackhawks are eliminated. Yes, the Chicago Blackhawks are eliminated. Seattle Kraken are eliminated. And Arizona, the Arizona Coyotes are eliminated from playoff contention. So that is currently your Western Conference picture in the NHL hockey perspective. So that's where everybody stands right now. So nobody in the Eastern Conference is in the hunt for the playoffs. The Eastern Conference is really locked and ready to go. The Western Conference, we still have two teams that are still in the hunt for the playoffs. Again, it's Vancouver and also Vancouver and Vegas Golden Knights. They are still in the hunt for playoff positioning. So lots more to come. Hopefully they did punch their ticket this upcoming week. But I do recall Vancouver punching in their ticket into the playoffs. I don't know why they're still in the hunt according to this article here. But I think they still are. So hopefully this upcoming week we do hear something that they're going to be punching their ticket in into the playoffs nonetheless. All right. So awesome stuff indeed, right? Awesome stuff. Okay. So yeah, this is where each team currently stands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this past week on my recorded podcast on Friday, I did talk about, for anybody that missed that video, I'm gonna fill you in a little bit more on that video. So for anybody actually that missed that video, by the way, go onto our YouTube channel, Worldwide Sport Updates. And go to Friday's podcast, recorded podcast. And everybody that's tuning in right now or listening in to this podcast, I talked about how everybody is wondering out there, are the NHL organization talking about possibly going in a different whole direction in the Stanley Cup playoff format? What I mean by that is, so ladies and gentlemen, you all recall that Major League Baseball has a different format. Well, not really. I mean, what does Major League Baseball have when it comes to playoff format? They have a wild card format that is decided a one and done game. Pretty much, I think it's win or go home for the wild card matchup. And then you talk about the American League and the National League Division Series, where it is the best of 5 series. I think they're still on that best of 5. And then when you go to the championship series round, it is the best of 7. And then when you go to the World Series, it is also the best of 7. Now, you talk about the NBA and their format. The NBA format now has introduced a play-in tournament where they give eligible teams for the number 9 and number 10 seed to be eligible to get a shot at trying to fight for the playoff positioning, and not to mention the number 7 and number 8 seed to also have a shot in a position at fighting for the playoffs. So, according to the NHL hockey organization, they're also talking about going in that direction, in that format. So now, what do you guys think about? I mean, what do you, ladies and gentlemen, think about that idea, though? Do you think NHL hockey should go in that direction of what the NBA is doing? I mean, I think, to be honest with you, folks, I think it's not such a bad idea. I think it gives a lot of teams out there the potential to have a shot of and getting the opportunity to make the playoffs, of teams that are missing the opportunity of making the playoffs in general. So, do you believe that the NHL hockey organization should go in that direction? So I did talk about that. I did go in a little bit more details on that. And I think what's stopping... So, correct me if I'm wrong. And I don't think I am wrong. Based off my homework and analysis, I think what's holding NHL back is probably money. And profits, of course. I think that's what's really holding them back. Which is money's always the bigger picture here, folks. It really is. Money's always the bigger talks when it comes to situations like this. So money plays a big factor. But again, is it a good idea? Of course it is. We all deserve that change. And I believe the NHL hockey deserves that change. To go in that direction of what the NBA is doing, and possibly give other teams that opportunity, that window of opportunity, to go in that direction of giving giving other teams out there the opportunity to get into the playoffs. When they have a losing record, so. Which is not bad. But again, money is a big factor, folks. Money plays a whole lot Money plays a whole lot when it comes to playoff formatting. So I really got into a little bit of details on that on my Friday's podcast. So, go back and tune into that. But again, I wanted to talk about it here live in person. And get your thoughts on it. Really, what you believe should the NHL do in expanding the Stanley Cup. So expanding the Stanley Cup format. So which I believe is not a bad idea at all, folks. It really is not. So I think it's a great idea. I mean, something to really look into, to think about, for the front office nonetheless. So hopefully we see something out of that. Hopefully we see a whole different direction when it comes to the Stanley Cup format. How are they gonna go about that in that direction? You know what I mean? So we shall see. We shall see, folks. Yeah, but I did get a little bit more details on that this past week. Again, it's money plays a big factor, folks, on that. So we shall see what is gonna what's gonna happen nonetheless on that. All right. So things to definitely look forward to on how, and folks, not to mention even if the NHL do sit down and they talk about the new Stanley Cup format, they're most likely not going to do that until the offseason, folks. Yeah, so most likely they're going to probably wait until the regular season is over and the postseason is officially over. And they'll probably think about it and maybe go in a whole different direction for next season. So most likely that's what's going to happen. I don't think they're going to talk about it now because the season's about to wrap up, in less than 1 week away. And then, the playoffs start shortly next week, of course. So, yeah, they're not going to, get into it now. But on the off season, maybe something to look forward to nonetheless. So, we shall wait and see on that. All right. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it for hockey news, ladies and gentlemen. One more hockey news to go over. Congratulations to Tampa Bay Lightning, Steven Stamkos. Yeah, Steven Stamkos. This past week, he reached 954 points. That is his all-time scoring leading in Tampa Bay Lightning franchise history, ladies and gentlemen. He did achieve that this past week. So congratulations to Steven Stamkos on achieving that with a total of 954 points in his professional NHL career. So awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff indeed on that. Okay, good. So that is pretty much, ladies and gentlemen, your NHL hockey news, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I have any more to go over for the NHL. So we pretty much wrapped up everything that needs to be covered. Again, folks, that's where everybody stands right now. Like I mentioned in the NHL hockey perspective, as far as the playoff picture, what it looks like, and we went over some NHL news in itself, and that is where currently we where everybody's at right now. All right, so awesome stuff indeed. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, so we did cover Lehigh Valley Flight, ladies and gentlemen. For anybody that's tuning in again, congratulations to them on picking up their first victory in franchise history in the minor league picture. Ladies and gentlemen, this upcoming weekend this upcoming Saturday going into next Sunday, folks, Lehigh Valley Flight will be taking on Red Rose Thunder on the road, and they'll be playing the Philly Raiders next Sunday at the Eastside Youth Center, 7 o'clock p.m. tip-off time is the scheduled time for that basketball game, ladies and gentlemen, nonetheless. And also, we talked about Barcelona women's soccer team. This past week, they achieved a world attendance record of 91,648. Congratulations to the Barcelona women's in achieving that this past week. Amazing stuff by the women's sports history, in making history nonetheless, and it's a great accomplishment and achievement nonetheless in women's soccer. So awesome stuff indeed. And finally, folks, we did talk about NHL hockey. We covered some news and we went over the playoff picture nonetheless. So we are up to date on everything. With that being said, let's move over to Let's go over the UFC results from Saturday night. Yeah, let's go over that. We could talk about that a little bit here. So yeah, we'll go over UFC. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Why the heck not, right? So yeah, we'll talk about UFC for all the UFC boxing fans out there. So yeah, we'll go over all the results from your Saturday night. All right, so I mean, this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Worldwide Sport Updates is all about. You know, we're committed, we're dedicated, and we deliver everything that needs to be delivered based off research and homework and analysis. So we do our best to give it to you folks. We definitely do. We definitely do. All right. Let's start off, ladies and gentlemen, with your UFC results. We're going to start off with Mike Jackson, ladies and gentlemen. He defeated... Hold up. Mike Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, he picked up his win last night in the UFC by defeating Dean Barry via disqualification. So, congratulations to Mike Jackson in picking up a victory by defeating Dean Barry, ladies and gentlemen, via disqualification with an intentional foul in round 1 in 3 minutes and 52 seconds. So Mike Jackson picked up a victory in the UFC. Congratulations to him last night. Felipe Lins defeated Marseille. Yeah, Felipe Lins defeated Marseille Parchano. So Felipe Lins defeated Marcin Parchano, anonymous decision yesterday in the UFC. So congratulations to Felipe Lins on defeating Marcin Parchano. I'm sorry if I'm not mispronouncing that name, but it is again Felipe Lins defeating Marcin Parchano. I believe it was a anonymous decision, via anonymous decision. Yeah, so Felipe picks up his victory, folks. All right. Preston Parsons also picked up his victory yesterday in the UFC. Congratulations to him defeating Evan Elgler via anonymous decision. So congratulations to that as well. Ori Ulick defeated... ladies and gentlemen, Ori Olnick defeated Cameron Ellis via TKO. So awesome stuff there. In round 1. Tyson Pedro defeated Ike Villanueva via TKO in round 1. Sergey Canizzaco, Sergey Canizzaco defeated Dwight Grant via TKO last night in the UFC event. In round 2, TKO punches. So again, Sergey Canizzaco defeated Dwight Grant last night in the UFC event. Mark Andre defeated Jordan Wright via submission with a choke last night in round 1. Charles Jourdain defeated Lando Vinatea via submission with a choke in round 1. Also, ladies and gentlemen, in the UFC, Macy Barber defeated Montana De La Rosa via anonymous decision. So via anonymous decision, Macy Barber defeated Montana De La Rosa. Also, Claudio Pelos defeated Clay Gudia via submission with a knee bar in round 1 with 3 minutes in the matchup. So in round 1, Claudio Pelosis defeated Clay Gudia via submission in round 1. So congratulations on that. Jessica, I think this was the main event in the UFC. Jessica, ladies and gentlemen, picked up her win. Jessica Andrade. Jessica Andrade defeated Amanda Lemos via submission with a standing arm triangle choke in round 1. So congratulations to Jessica Andrade in the main event of the UFC in defeating Amanda Lemos via submission, standing arm triangle choke in round 1. That was the main event of the UFC, ladies and gentlemen, last night. So awesome stuff indeed there in picking up that victory, nonetheless. So that is pretty much your UFC results from Saturday night. So to all my boxing fans out there, for anybody that did enjoy the UFC, for anybody that missed the UFC, those results are there for you folks. So awesome stuff indeed. Hopefully you all enjoyed them. And congratulations to all the winners in the UFC from Saturday night's event. Okay. Alright. So, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff indeed. Alright. So... Hold on. Alright, I think we're having hold on, we're having some issues. Bear with me here. We're having some internet. Are we having internet issues? I believe not. I hope not. Hold on one second. I think we're having... I believe we're having internet issues, folks. Let me see here. I think we're having software issues. Can anybody... Are we having technical difficulties by any chance? think we did. Let me see here. Hold on a sec. I think we're pretty good. For anybody that... Okay, you good? You hear me? Alright, good. Thank you, Mr. Saloom, for clarifying that. I thought we lost connection. I thought we lost connection. I don't know. Usually the internet has been screwing up with us a lot lately. Thank you for confirming that. I greatly appreciate it. Really appreciate it. So yeah, I thought we were having some issues there for a minute. Alright, so I am still live. I'm still connected. So we just got clarification that we're good. So, but I just want to clarify that we are still on air here. Okay, I think we are on air. Okay, good. Alright, I just wanted to clarify that. Alright, but my battery's not charging though. Which is... Or maybe I'm plugging it in the wrong system. Hold up. Maybe I put it in the wrong slot. I think we should be good. Alright, battery's not charging, so we're having some... I mean, we don't want to lose connection here on losing you guys. We don't want to do that. Yeah, battery's showing it's not charging, so... Alright. I'm sorry, but bear with us. Again, folks, for anybody that's tuning in, though, we did go over the Lehigh Valley Flight minor league basketball team. I am the PA announcer for that basketball team, and I just want to say they picked up their first victory of the season yesterday. Congratulations to them, nonetheless. It was great. It was great to be a part of that and witnessing that as a person. And it's always a good feeling, folks, to pick up your first win of the season. And hopefully more wins to come, nonetheless. Also, we just went over Barcelona women's soccer. They just achieved, this past week, a world record of 91,648 in attendance. So congratulations to them on that. We just went over NHL hockey news. And... we just went over the UFC results, nonetheless. For anybody that's tuning in right now and listening in to Worldwide Sport Updates, that is currently where we are at right now. Alright, so thank you for being a part of us on this Sunday morning. And again, to all of my Syrian community out there, the Arabic community, happy Easter to all the Orthodox that, you know, out there nonetheless. So awesome stuff. And hopefully everybody had a great weekend in general. It's because I am part of that community, I have a right to say it. But other than that, again, hopefully everybody had a great, amazing weekend. And nonetheless. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Alright, so everybody does hear me, but the battery's not charging, so... And you know, and the reason why I think this happens a lot is when you're using up so much internet energy. The technology plays a big factor into all this. So I think it's understandable, but, you know... It's not something that you want to deal with when you're on air. You never want to deal with that encounter, folks. You never do. I mean, you know, technology is not sometimes your best friend, but at the same time, you always hope it would cooperate with you, though, right? Yeah, we all wish it's a wishful thinking, though. It's wishful thinking. That you always pray and hope for the best. That technology is your best friend and it's not letting you down. When it comes to interacting with clients, or when you're like having a podcast and you are interacting with your fans, you never want anything to put a damper. Yeah, I'm trying to make a point here, so yeah. But hopefully everybody knows where I'm going with this. Nonetheless, I might have to change the battery. I might have to. I don't know what's going on. And the battery's not even heated up. It's not even heated up. That's the weird part. So it's not hot. It's perfect condition. But it's telling me and it's informing me the battery is not charging. So if the battery is not charging, then that's a red flag. And I don't want to talk about that throughout this whole show. Okay. Now I'm getting confirmation that it is charging. So now I had to change the battery source. Okay, we're good now. We're up to date. Sorry for the delay here. All right. This is what happens when you have to go off topic and talk about something else that's dampering your podcast. All right. But other than that, folks, again, we are committed. We're dedicated. We give you the time. Ladies and gentlemen, and we stop what we're doing about our day and our schedule to be committed to you guys. That's what we're all about. If we're committed to you, it's appreciated. It's appreciated, and we definitely go about our day to give you guys the latest up to date on sports news that you would like to receive. No matter where you at throughout the world, wherever you may be in general. So nonetheless, we are a committed podcast. Time and dedication, folks. It is key. And being consistent and, doing what you love best. Pretty much. All right. With that being said, let's move over to some NFL news. All right, let's talk about the NFL. Let's go over that. Not really much to talk about in the NFL. I mean, look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, this upcoming week is the NFL Draft. 3 days of the NFL Draft. So, the NFL Draft, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be running from April 28th until April 30th. Now, look at the exciting part. Next week's podcast, live podcast, next Sunday, it is going to be all about the NFL. Next Sunday, folks. Now, the reason why, I'm gonna give you the whole full recap of the NFL Draft right here on this podcast next week, folks. You don't want to miss it. There's gonna be some moves in the NFL Draft this upcoming week that is gonna probably get a lot of people juiced up. Who's gonna be the number one pick in the overall draft? Who's going to be picked, nonetheless? Will it be a quarterback? Will it be an edge rusher? Will it be a quarterback, nonetheless? So there is a lot of questions really, really looming. Who's going to be picked up in this upcoming week's NFL Draft, folks. Now, I do have some more news to share with you from the NFL. Not only is it's the NFL Draft this upcoming week, folks, and and next week's the hot topic is going to be the NFL Draft. It really is on next week's podcast, for sure. On our live podcast, it is going to be the hottest topic is going to be the NFL Draft. It really is. So, something to definitely look forward to next week. I mean, this is what it's all about, folks. I mean, the NFL. I mean, even though we're in the off season, the NFL it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop, and this is what we are definitely going to be hyped up and juiced about, nonetheless. Going into next weekend, where we're going to definitely talk about the NFL, man. I mean, next week I'll tell you what, possibly for 2 hours next week. next week is going to be, for 2 hours, it's going to be probably, we're going to be talking about the NFL. So I'll tell you right now, here's the schedule for next week's podcast. It is going to be a 2-hour show talking about the NFL. All right? And then we're going to talk about the NBA, because the NBA playoffs is definitely going on. And we're going to talk about Major League Baseball. That is the only thing that's going to be talked about next week, folks. The only thing I'm really going to talk about for the NHL, most likely, is going to be all the teams that are ready to go for the NHL playoffs. Because the NHL, again, like I mentioned, folks, their season wraps up this upcoming week. So I'm not really going to get into a lot with the NHL next week, folks. I'm really not. All I'm going to really talk about is who's definitely locked and ready to go in the NHL hockey perspective. But next week, ladies and gentlemen, here's the schedule and what it looks like. The NFL, maybe possibly a 2-hour, 3-hour topic that we're going to be talking about the NFL, folks. It's going to be a 2-3 hour topic talking about the NFL next week. And it is going to be the NBA, it's going to be Major League Baseball, and then it's going to be the NHL hockey. So there is really not going to be a whole lot to talk about, because, again, we cannot forget the NBA, because the NBA is in the playoffs right now. And also we cannot forget the Major League Baseball, which are having a great season nonetheless as they kick off the season. And then we got NHL hockey getting underway. Playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, nonetheless. So, something to look forward to next weekend, folks, nonetheless. So, we'll definitely have it for you in general. So, but the NFL draft is this upcoming week, folks. Can you believe it? It is crazy, folks. It is a 3-day event, too. It is a 3-day event. All right. With that being said, we do have some NFL news to share with you, though. First and foremost, let's start off with the New England Patriots. So as of right now, we've been hearing from the New England Patriots organization that Mr. Harry, I think it goes by the name of N'Keal Harry, I think his name is. So N'Keal Harry, ladies and gentlemen, and the Patriots have had a positive dialogue about exploring a trade option and possibly a new agent. So N'Keal Harry has informed the New England Patriots about exploring a trade possibly he wants to get traded, and he's possibly looking for a new agent. That's according to sources and reports that's coming in from the 24-year-old N'Keal Harry out of the New England Patriots organization, folks. So he has made it crystal clear that he is looking for a new agent, and he's looking to get traded nonetheless. So we'll see what N'Keal Harry will be doing moving forward, nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of the Baltimore Ravens organization, Earl Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, you're all familiar with Earl Thomas. Earl Thomas used to play for the New England Patriots, and he was, actually, no, hold on. Hold up. Yes. Okay. Earl Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, if you all recall, back in Super Bowl 48, he was a member of the Seattle Seahawks, and he won Super Bowl 48 with them against the New England Patriots. So now, ladies and gentlemen, according to NFL reports and sources, he has filed grievance. Versus the Ravens over the 2020 release that still has not been, that's technically unresolved. Yeah. So according to reports and sources, ladies and gentlemen, Earl Thomas has filed grievance over the year 2020 release that still has yet to be resolved, pretty much. So Earl Thomas, ladies and gentlemen, is considering that he wants to come back. He wants to come back. Again, for anybody that's not familiar with Earl Thomas, he used to be a member of the Seattle Seahawks, where he won Super Bowl 48 with the Seattle Seahawks in beating the New England Patriots. And according to sources and reports, he wants to come out of. Again, he wants to come back to the NFL, but he is technically right now, according to reports and sources, as I mentioned, he is filing a grievance that has not been resolved yet from the year 2020 release from the Baltimore Ravens, according to reports and sources. So he's trying to get that resolved, but he wants to come back to the NFL, according to Earl Thomas, to what he's saying. So hopefully he does get that resolved. But that's the latest reports coming from Earl Thomas, from the NFL news in general. So he's looking to come back. He's looking to come back, but before he does, he needs to resolve that grievance situation back in the year 2020, where he got released by the Baltimore Ravens organization, nonetheless. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Dallas Cowboys organization there's word coming out from the Dallas Cowboys is that Dak Prescott is fully ready and healthy and ready to go for this upcoming season, after completing a healthy stretch, according to Dak Prescott. So he did go through some. I think he went through a off-season healthy program. So according to Dak Prescott, he's fully healthy and ready to go for this upcoming season. He dealt with a lot of injuries, folks. Dak Prescott has dealt with a lot of adversity. I think that's the word that I'm looking for. He's definitely dealt with a whole lot in his professional career. You know, you talk about a torn ACL, where it kept him off the shelf the whole entire season. And then to come back, and then he had I think he had an arm problem prior to that torn ACL, and not a lot in a correct way has been going the way Dak Prescott has expected for the Dallas Cowboys. You know, so that's the word coming out from the Dallas Cowboys organization in itself. So I just wanted to share that out to all the public out there, that Dak Prescott, according to him, he is fully ready to go this upcoming season. Also, ladies and gentlemen, yes, more Tom Brady news. What else do we not want to hear about Tom Brady? So, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, Tom Brady has reconstructed his contract with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But, ladies and gentlemen, here's an interesting story that I would like to share with you regarding Tom Brady. Now, according to reports and according to rumors, and according to sources and articles that was being talked about in the NFL this past week regarding Tom Brady, folks. So, Tom Brady, folks. So there is word and buzz going around that Sean Payton and Tom Brady, they wanted to come to the Miami Dolphins organization and be a part of it. Did anybody hear that? Please tell me that everybody heard that news and it's not only me that heard it. Yeah, so according to what's being buzzed around in the NFL, Tom Brady and Sean Payton, ladies and gentlemen, were a little bit this close to coming to an agreement. And, well, this is the reason why Tom Brady even came out of retirement after being away for 2 months on an absence, a 2 month absence from the NFL, pretty much a semi-retirement. You may all recall. So he was on a semi-retirement for 2 months, and the projected ultimate plan is to bring Sean Payton to the Miami Dolphins after they let go of after they let go of the former head coach of the Miami Dolphins, where he put out a discrimination scandal with African Americans. The NFL having a problem with African Americans, with the discrimination problem and the NFL being racist. Again, now he is now a new member of the Pittsburgh Steelers, behind Mike Tomlin. So now he's a new member of the Pittsburgh Steelers organization behind Mike Tomlin. So again, for anybody that did not, who is aware of that, so let me keep you guys all up to date on that. So again, so Mike Tomlin's staff, again, folks, if you all recall, he did bring in from the Miami Dolphins hold on a second, folks. Brian Flores, folks. Yes, that's what I was trying to get at here. So they brought in Brian Flores, and then Brian Flores, ladies and gentlemen, when he got released from the Miami Dolphins because of the NFL being racist and discrimination, being that major factor, the Dolphins then were talking about bringing in the potential and possibility Sean Payton to the Miami Dolphins, along with the potential of Tom Brady coming in to the Miami Dolphins as well. And this is the reason why that Tom Brady, after being away from the NFL for 2 months, he came out of retirement to come back. But those rumors now and being talked about is probably now pretty much out of the window now. It's not going to be talked about anymore. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have restructured his contract nonetheless. And Tom Brady, as of right now, he will be sticking with Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles is the new head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he will be staying put with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization in itself. So he will not be going anywhere anytime soon. So he will be staying put. He will be staying put. But that is the news out of that right there. So he did reconstruct his contract, and Tom Brady will not be going anywhere anytime soon, folks. For the suitable future, nonetheless. I mean, I think the guy is thinking about playing up to the age of 50 years old right now. I think so. I think this guy is gonna make every possible history in the making that he has not achieved as a human being, nonetheless, as a professional athlete that he is. I think if Tom Brady, ladies and gentlemen, if he continues to be in that mental stage where he's consistent and he's healthy and in great shape, nonetheless, I think the guy has potential to play up to the age of 50 years old, nonetheless. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes, moving forward for Tom Brady. All right. So again, with that being said, folks, that is the latest reports on that. So also here we go. Let me see if I have any more NFL news before we move on to something that I also want to fill in a little bit more details on you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, for anybody that has missed the topic of subject talks, ladies and gentlemen, the NFL has made it crystal clear, has made it known that on May 4th of 2022, they're going to be announcing those 3 teams that are going to be playing international this upcoming season. I have the 3 teams for you. I'm going to get to that. Hold up. Just bear with me here real quick. I'm just trying to see if I have any more NFL news I want to share with you. I think I do. So we're going to get into that here in a couple minutes. But before I do, okay, yeah. So before I do, folks, I want to share something else with you. Hold on here. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the NFL has made it known. Ladies and gentlemen, they did bring it to everybody's attention. According to reports and sources, that on May 4th of 2022, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be announcing the 3 teams that are going to be playing international this upcoming season. Yes, these are the 3 London game matchups that are going to be announced on May 4th of 2022. The Green Bay Packers will be playing a London game this upcoming season. The Jacksonville Jaguars will be playing an upcoming game in London this upcoming season. And the New Orleans Saints will be playing a London game this upcoming season in London as well. So that all those will be announced on May 4th of 2022 of who the potential opponents are going to be. All we know are the 3 teams that are going to be playing in London right now. It is the Green Bay Packers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the New Orleans Saints. Who are their opponents? We don't know yet, but it will be announced on May 4th of 2022. And we will give you the latest on that. I think, well, going into next Sunday's podcast, next Sunday's podcast is May 1st. So, we won't have the latest on that yet. But I think after May 1st, after that following week, we should have the latest reports on who those teams are that will be facing the Green Bay Packers, will be facing the Jacksonville Jaguars, and will be facing the New Orleans Saints. But next week's podcast, I will not have the latest reports on that, because again, the NFL has made an announcement that they will not be giving that information out until May 4th of 2022 on who the Green Bay Packers will be facing, who the Jacksonville Jaguars will be facing, and who the New Orleans Saints will be facing. Those are the 3 potential matchups in London going into this upcoming season in the NFL. So, we shall wait and see who those potential matchups are going to be, nonetheless. So, not next Sunday. It won't be next Sunday when I have the latest information on that, but it will be the following Sunday when I will. For sure. I will have the latest reports on that for you next Sunday, nonetheless. All right? Awesome stuff. All right. All right. So, with that being said, okay. All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have more information from the NFL. The NFL has made an announcement that the NFL will be releasing its schedule on May 12th of 2022. Okay, on Thursday, May 12th of 2022 is when the NFL will be releasing its schedule, folks. So they have made it crystal clear that on May 12th of 2022 they'll be announcing the NFL releasing schedule for the upcoming season. All right, so that's also the latest reports on that. All right, awesome stuff indeed there. Let me see. see if I have anything else. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, the latest report coming from the NFL is, ladies and gentlemen, you all know who Pat McAfee is. He used to be a former NFL kicker for the Indianapolis Colts, I believe, and he retired. And not to mention, folks, he was part of WrestleMania 38 with WrestleMania. I think it was 2 weeks ago, where he went up against. He did go up against Austin Theory, I believe, and then he went up against Vincent Kennedy McMahon, and he beat Austin Theory, and then he lost to Vincent Kennedy McMahon with the help of Austin Theory, of course, and with the help of outside interference, I believe. But nonetheless, Pat McAfee, ladies and gentlemen, he has made an announcement this past week that there has been discussions with Amazon about joining Thursday Night Football. So he had discussions with Amazon about joining the Thursday Night Football broadcasting booth. So we'll see what Pat McAfee will be if he will decide to join them. But right now it's in discussions. So we'll see in what direction Pat McAfee will go regarding that. Will he join Amazon for Thursday Night Football broadcasting booth? We shall wait and see on that. We'll give you more information on that, and we'll give you more details on that once we hear more information coming in regarding Pat McAfee and what the latest reports on that will be and what kind of direction he will go regards to that nonetheless. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. All right. Let's see. All right. So again from the NFL perspective, ladies and gentlemen, the NFL schedule will be released on May 12th of 2022. The London games, again, the Green Bay Packers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the New Orleans Saints are all in it. They're only waiting for their who their opponents will be, so that's yet to be announced. But it will be announced on May 4th of 2022, and we'll give you the latest information on that probably in not next week, but the following week. We should have a good hunch on who those opponents will be for the New Orleans Saints, for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and for the Green Bay Packers that will be playing at London this upcoming season. So those are the international games that will be going on in the NFL this upcoming season nonetheless. Again, the NFL draft is this week. It'll be a 3-day event. It'll be running from April 28th all the way until April 30th. So that's the latest reports coming from that, from the NFL draft. So tune into that. It's going to be an interesting NFL draft, folks. It really is. It really is. So yeah, tune in for that one. It's going to be very interesting nonetheless. All right. So I believe that's it from the NFL. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, again, one more thing I forgot to mention from the NFL. Here's an interesting note that I would like to share with you. For the first time in NFL history, folks, the NFL has announced that they are going to be scheduling this upcoming season 3 featured games on Christmas Day. Yes. So, this is exciting news for the NFL. For all the NFL fans out there that love their football. Of course, everybody loves their football, right? So, this is good news for the NFL. So, for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, on Christmas Day, this upcoming season, the NFL will be featuring 3 games that will be airing on Christmas Day, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in NFL history. That is pretty awesome this upcoming season. The NFL has made an announcement on that. So we're going to have three primetime games on Christmas Day this upcoming season, which is very phenomenal nonetheless. And not to mention, I think the NBA, they also play on Christmas Day too. So we have a lot of sports action on Christmas Day, folks. So what a Christmas Day it's going to be. Not only is the NFL playing on Christmas Day, but then you have the NBA games playing on Christmas Day. I don't know about NHL hockey. I think NHL hockey might be playing on Christmas Day as well. But talk about a sporting event that's going to be really happening on Christmas Day. This upcoming season, nonetheless. So you're talking about action-packed Christmas event going on. With the NFL, with the NHL, with Major League. Well, no, not Major League Baseball. What am I talking about? And Major League Baseball would be in off-season mode. When you talk about off-season transactions, you're going to be talking about potentially the Major League Baseball draft during Christmas Day, possibly. But with that being said, folks, you're talking about NFL games, NBA games, and NHL hockey games. So, talk about action-packed sports events that will be going on, during Christmas Day, which is very phenomenal. Very phenomenal indeed. So, yeah, strap on your seatbelts for that. Strap on your seatbelts for that, ladies and gentlemen. The NFL just made a huge announcement on that, too. So, again, for the first time in NFL history, folks, we're going to have 3 primetime games in the NFL this upcoming season, which is very, very good. Very good. So, again, we don't know who those teams will be hosting yet. But, again, once we hear something, we'll give it to you, folks. We'll share it out. And, again, once we hear something, you guys will hear something. So, we'll give it to you. If you don't hear it from me, you'll probably hear it from other podcast platforms. You probably might hear it from the Apple Podcasts, from maybe Spotify, maybe. There's other podcasters out there that will probably give you the latest up-to-date information on who those potential 3 primetime teams that will be playing on Christmas Day. Again, if we don't have it, other podcasters will have it. Maybe ESPN will have it. Maybe SportsCenter will have it. Well, of course they're gonna have it. Yeah. Those are the major sports worldwide that they get their information first before we do. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to get myself too carried away here. Don't take the spotlight away from valuable sources. Yeah. You know what I mean. All right. You know what, folks? I mean, I do the best of my ability, right? I do the best of my ability. Again, folks, talk about an achievement, though. Talk about an achievement. I mean, our YouTube channel is buzzing, folks. It really is. When you talk about over 1,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, you're definitely being heard. You're definitely being heard. Your voice is being heard. You're all over the world, all over the country, nonetheless. So, I got a right to be thankful and blessed, right? I really do. So, at the same time, it's truly an awesome feeling. It really is. So, this is not to hold any grudges. So, but again, we do our homework. We do our research. Yeah, we do. We are committed and dedicated. We do the best to our ability and best to our knowledge, nonetheless, in given what needs to be delivered. So, but again, again, when it comes to SportsCenter, when it comes to ESPN, when it comes to NFL Primetime, they usually have all that information first before we do. Of course, that's the way it goes, right? But again, we don't give it out until we hear something from them. Again, I always reach out to Adam Schefter on Twitter because I follow the guy. I follow the guy on Twitter. Yes, I also follow Roger Goodell on Twitter. I follow Roger Goodell on Twitter, folks. I follow Adam Schefter on Twitter. And half of the time, folks, those are your valuable sources in getting the up-to-date, information. So, you got to go after your sources. Anthony Santos! What's going on, my friend? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates on this Sunday morning. Your podcast, your news, your local community. I hope everything is going well, my friend. Hopefully you're enjoying life to its fullest. Nonetheless. Anthony Santos! Coming on to the show of Worldwide Sport Updates. Your podcast, your news, your local community. And also we have, I think, Pito Junior Sosa. Pito, thank you for joining us on this Sunday morning, my friend. Greatly appreciated. Also, Ari Lester is joining us on this Sunday morning as well. So thank you everybody for tuning in and smashing the like button. Smashing those like buttons too. And showing definitely great appreciation. It's definitely it doesn't go unnoticed. We definitely greatly appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts, folks, because we're doing something right. Of course we're doing something right. If we weren't doing anything right on our part, of course people would definitely let it be known. So, folks, don't let your feelings, don't hold your feelings in. Always come out with the truth, and let it be known. Again, if we're not doing anything right, we can always improve upon it. Of course, we can always improve upon it. So, yeah, now I'm talking first person. All right. Anyway, with that being said, folks, that's the latest up-to-dates on the NFL. Again, for anybody that's tuning in and joining us here, again, for anybody that missed the latest information on the NFL, the NFL draft is this upcoming week, again, from April 28th all the way to April 30th. The announcements will be made on May 4th of those three teams, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the New Orleans Saints, and the Green Bay Packers, who their opponents will be, who will they face this upcoming season at London. We'll have the latest information on that for you. And also, the NFL also made an announcement that there will be 3 games being played on Christmas Day this upcoming season. And also, Tom Brady reconstructed his contract. N'Keal Harry is he filed grievance regarding his release from the Baltimore Ravens in the year 2020, and he's thinking about coming back to play in the NFL again. And he won Super Bowl 48 with the Seattle Seahawks. So we'll see what the latest up-to-date on N'Keal Harry is. No, actually, not N'Keal Harry. I'm sorry, Earl Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. He won Super Bowl 48 with the Seattle Seahawks. And he filed grievance with the Baltimore Ravens on his release from the year 2020. So he's trying to get that situated and figured out. And once we hear the latest on Earl Thomas, we'll give it to you nonetheless. One more thing I want to share with everybody. I think I forgot to share. Unless I did share it already. I did mention it. Again, it was about Earl Thomas. It was about N'Keal Harry. Again, it was about Tom Brady's reconstructed contract. And again, it was about the NFL draft. And the schedule. The NFL schedule. It has been announced that it will be made on Thursday, May 12th at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, folks. So that is the latest reports coming from there, from the NFL, that they will make that announcement on May 12th of 2022. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it from the NFL. So, but ladies and gentlemen, tune into next week's podcast for sure, because next week's podcast, next Sunday's podcast, ladies and gentlemen, it is gonna be straight all about the recap of the NFL draft. I mean, the NFL draft kicks off on Thursday, April 28th. So it'll be from Thursday, April 28th, all the way until Saturday, April 30th. So we're going to be glued to our seats on the internet, on our computers, on our laptops. Full coverage going over the NFL draft this upcoming week. It's going to be crazy what's going to unfold in that NFL draft. It's going to be insane. What an NFL draft it's going to be, folks. I mean, who's going to be the number one pick in the NFL, overall? I heard a lot of buzzing reports going around that it could possibly be a cornerback. It could be an edge rusher. Or it could be a quarterback. Again, it could be a quarterback. So, it's going to be an interesting NFL draft, folks. It really is. I mean, there's a lot of big names that are definitely going to come off the boards this upcoming weekend. I mean, this upcoming week in general. And I for anybody that missed our recorded podcast on Friday, when I published it, when I recorded it on Friday morning, ladies and gentlemen, I recorded it on Friday morning mentioning that who my mock draft for the NFL draft will be this upcoming week. Who's the potential suitors to be considered for the NFL draft, and which teams they have the potential to land with. Again, you're talking about some famous names out there, folks. You're talking about Kenny Pickett from the Pittsburgh Panthers college football team. And then you're talking about Kenny Walker, ladies and gentlemen, from the Michigan State Spartans. So, man, things to look forward to this upcoming draft, this upcoming week. It's going to be very, very interesting. Nonetheless, what's going to happen? I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to what's really going to unfold. And where the teams, this is going to be a difference maker for all these potential, college players going to the NFL. I mean, going to the pros, which is a history in the making for them. This is a difference. This is going to be pretty much a difference year. They're going to make a difference, and when you go to the NFL draft, you are considered for not only for your skills, for your attribution, but your ability to how you perform on the field, on and off the field. Nonetheless, it's all about really characteristics in your personality, and how you develop as a professional athlete. That you are considered your overall pick as the number first to be picked up in the overall first in the draft, round 1 in the draft. That's what I'm trying to get at here. So I'm trying to mumble. But that's where we at, though. That's where we at. We have a great audience today. We have such a great audience. To all the 6 people that have tuned in and came on here, you guys it's truly awesome. Taking the time out of your day on your Sunday to really join us on this podcast on Sunday morning really means a whole lot. I mean, thank you for taking the time and joining us, saying hello and interacting with us and making your voice heard and interacting with our podcast. Again, your podcast, your news, your local community for all the latest sports information that you would love to receive right at your fingertips, no matter where you're at, across the world, across the country, wherever you may be, nonetheless. Awesome stuff indeed. And we greatly appreciate it. All right. That's all for NFL, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully things to look forward to this upcoming week, nonetheless. All right. Let's see here. All right. You got it, brother. You got it, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, man. Interacting, getting involved, being a part of this community. It's greatly appreciated, my friend. It's greatly appreciated. We know we're doing something right. And you are most welcome, my friend. You are most welcome. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Absolutely. No, I'm not trying to take the spotlight. No, I wouldn't do that. I'm talking to my cameraman. He's like, "Are you trying to take the spotlight?" No. Why would I? Why would I? Alright, maybe just a little. Alright, with that being said, folks, let's move on to, alright, let's see, what else do we need to talk about here? Alright, we're right on topic here. So all we have left to talk about is college basketball news. We're going to get to that in a couple minutes here. We're also going to talk about Major League Baseball. Yeah, we're definitely going to talk about Major League Baseball coming up here. And we're going to talk about the NBA playoffs. Oh my God. Yeah, we're going to talk about the NBA playoffs. And some, to be honest with you folks, some shocking moments that we are witnessing in the NBA right now. Who would have thought? Yeah, we'll get to that. But what I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, is that epic matchup that happened at Wembley. You all know what I'm talking about, right? At Wembley. Tyson Fury, ladies and gentlemen, versus Dillian Whyte. What a fight. I'll tell you what. What a fight it was between Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte. Let's recap that fight. Let's recap that fight and share with you exactly what really transpired in that fight. Let's see here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give you the latest tale of the tape. Let's give you the latest up to date. The tale of the tape between Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte, ladies and gentlemen. So both of them are out of England. Tyson Fury is at the age of 33. Dillian Whyte is at the age of 34. Tyson Fury's height is 6'9". Dillian Whyte is 6'4". His reach for Tyson Fury is 85. Dillian Whyte's reach is 78. Total fights for Tyson Fury is 32. Total fights for Dillian Whyte is 30. Tyson Fury has won 31 fights. Dillian Whyte has won 28 fights. Tyson Fury has lost 0 fights, ladies and gentlemen. And Dillian Whyte has lost 2. How many drawn fights? Tyson Fury has drawn 1. Dillian Whyte has drawn 0. How many knockouts total? Tyson Fury had total knockouts 22. Dillian Whyte had total knockouts 19. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for all the sports bettors out there, the odds yesterday between Tyson Fury and Dillian Whyte, Tyson Fury had a 1-5 chance odds to win the matchup against Dillian Whyte. Dillian Whyte had 7-2 odds to beat Tyson Fury. So, with that being said, the question now on everybody's mind, did Tyson Fury win that matchup against Dillian Whyte to remain undefeated? And ladies and gentlemen, I have the answer for you. Yes, he did. Congratulations to Tyson Fury, ladies and gentlemen, as he defeated Dillian Whyte to remain undefeated and to win the WBC championship at Wembley, folks. What an awesome, awesome accomplishment by Tyson Fury, ladies and gentlemen. What an awesome accomplishment by Tyson Fury to defeat Dillian Whyte, ladies and gentlemen. He defeated, Dillian Whyte, ladies and gentlemen, to become your WBC heavyweight champion of the world. Tyson Fury remains undefeated in beating Dillian Whyte. That is awesome, awesome stuff by Tyson Fury, ladies and gentlemen, in defeating Dillian Whyte to remain your WBC champion, heavyweight champion of the world. What an awesome accomplishment by Tyson Fury, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyson Fury, he holds the undefeated record. I think he has 32 wins, 0 losses, and 1 drawn record. That is truly, truly awesome by Tyson Fury, folks. That is definitely truly awesome accomplishment and by Tyson Fury to accomplish what he has accomplished in his boxing career. Now, the ultimate question on everybody's mind, everybody wants answers now. So after the fight yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, after the fight at Wembley, Tyson Fury made an announcement that there is a potential that he might retire. He might retire. Yeah. So the question now is, will he retire? Will he retire? Will he call it a career and hang up his cleats? Will he hang up his boxing boots? So, we shall wait and see. He has made it known that this is pretty much it for him. So, we shall wait and see what's going to happen with the latest reports on Tyson Fury. Will he decide to hang up his boxing boots? So we shall wait and we shall wait and see what the latest reports on that is going to be. In the next, I would say, next couple weeks, maybe. In the next couple weeks, we should hear definitely a definite answer from Tyson Fury on exactly what direction is he gonna go. I mean, will he retire? Will he continue? We shall wait and see what the latest reports on his direction moving forward. All right. So again, Alan, welcome, buddy. Alan, how you doing, my friend? Hope all is well. Good to see you on the show, buddy. Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your local, your podcast, your news, your local community, my friend. Alan, I don't know, did you tune into the Tyson Fury versus Dillian Whyte matchup? And if you did tune into that matchup, I would like your thoughts on it, your comment. So please comment below what you thought of that fight. And again, do you think Tyson Fury will call it a career? So let me know in the comments below, what did you think of that fight going into last night. But again, folks, that is the latest updates on Tyson Fury versus Dillian Whyte at WEMBLEY. As Tyson Fury, ladies and gentlemen, remains undefeated, and now we're gonna wait and see what the latest reports on his retirement status will be. But he did make it known that I think this is it for him. So we shall wait his official ruling in the next couple weeks, if not days. I mean, who knows? Who knows what goes on in people's minds? You know, anything can happen. So that is the latest reports, folks. That is the latest reports. All right. I think that's about it for that one. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Okay. So we are all right. So yeah, we are up to date on everything. Good. All right. Sounds good, my friend. Sounds good. All right. Let's see what else could we talk about here. Oh, man. All right. So let's move over to let's move over to some college basketball news, ladies and gentlemen. So, the only news I really have from college basketball, ladies and gentlemen, and this really was brought to our attention this past week. Who are the players that are going to be staying, and who are the players that are moving on to the NBA draft, who have decided to go pro? And I'll tell you what, you have a lot of people on that list that are deciding to go pro, and not to mention, you have freshman players that are deciding to go pro. You have sophomore players that are deciding to go pro. And you have some junior players that are deciding to go, and senior players. So a lot of college players, ladies and gentlemen, you could think of, have decided to go to that professional level, to the NBA. Not to mention, we have a slew of names I want to go over with you on exactly who are those people that are going to be going, that have put their name to go to the NBA draft. One of them, ladies and gentlemen, is UConn Connecticut Huskies, Tyrese Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, Allentown native. I graduate from William Allen High School. Former William Allen High School graduate Tyrese Martin has announced that he will be going to the NBA draft this upcoming season. So congratulations to him again. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Now, there's some more people that have put their name on that hat to be considered for the NBA draft this upcoming season. One of them is from the Illinois basketball team from college. He goes by the name of Kofi Cockburn. Yes, Kofi Cockburn also put his name on that list. It was announced this past week that, again, Kofi Cockburn will be going to the NBA draft. So again, Kofi Cockburn, for all the people that do not know him, what he's all about, he's a Jamaican basketball player, folks. He is 22 years of age. He is out of Kingston, Jamaica. Born again September 1st, 1999. He played college basketball for the Fighting Illinois basketball team. His height is 7'0", 285 pounds. ladies and gentlemen, out of he plays the center position out of Oak Hill Academy High School, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a little bit of his stats too, I believe. Let's see if I could bring up a little bit of his stats. Otherwise, maybe I might not be able to, but let's see. Okay, so we do have some stats. So we have the latest on Kofi Cockburn. Yes, Kofi Cockburn, ladies and gentlemen, his stats from his college career. So his college career stats, ladies and gentlemen, dating back to the year of 2019 and 2020 season. He played 31 games, ladies and gentlemen, and he posted in the year 2019-2020 season, from the free throw percentage, he was 67.7 from free throw. He played 31 games, played 27.4 minutes of basketball. From the field goal percentage, he was 53.2, 8.8 rebounds, 0.6 assists, 1.4 blocks, 0.5 steals, and he had, I think, 13.3 points and 1.9 total turnovers, and 2.6 PF. So that's his stats in the 2019-2020 season. In the 2020-2021 season, he also played 31 games. He played 27 minutes of basketball. Field goal percentage was 65.4. From the free throw percentage, he was 55.3. He had 9.5 rebounds, 0.2 assists, 1.3 blocks, 0.3 steals, 2.5 PF, 1.7 total turnovers, and total of 17.7 points in the year 2020-2021 college career stats for Kofi Cockburn. And then in the year 2021-2022 season, even injury did play a big factor for Kofi Cockburn. He only played 28 games in his college career, and he had played 30 minutes of basketball playing time. He had 59 field goal percentage, and also 65.5 free throw percentage, 10.6 rebounds, 0.8 assists, 1.0 blocks, 0.8 steals, 2.4 PF, and 2.3 total turnovers, and he posted 20 total points in the year 2021-2022 college season. So his overall season stats, they pretty much look like this. He was ranked 11th in points with 20.9 points total. He's ranked number 8 in 10.6 rebounds. He's ranked 150 plus in assists with 0.8. And field goal percentage, he's ranked number 16 with a total of 59.3 field goal percentage for Kofi Cockburn, ladies and gentlemen, who has announced this past week that he will be going to the NBA draft. So a lot is going to be riding on the plate of Kofi Cockburn and where he'll be going in the NBA draft. So a lot is being ride into this nonetheless. All right, here are some other names that have punched their ticket to the NBA draft. I'm going to give you a slew of them nonetheless. Here is Fardis Amenge out of Utah Valley. He is center and forward and he's a junior in college, ladies and gentlemen. Also, Paulo Panchero. He's a freshman, forward position out of Duke University. He has punched his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I did mention this on my recorded podcast this past week. Malika Branham out of Ohio State Buckeyes. He is the guard and freshman out of college. He'll be announcing going to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Kendall Brown out of Baylor, forward position freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Also, Julian Shepede. He'll be going out of St. John's, forward position. He's a junior in college. He has punched his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, Kennedy Chandler out of Tennessee, guard position. And he's a freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft as well. Congratulations to all these guys that are punching their ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Max Christie out of Michigan State, Spartans. He's a guard position out of freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft this upcoming season. Well, this upcoming draft, nonetheless. Ricky Consile out of Wichita State. He's the guard position. He's a sophomore in college. He'll be going to the NBA draft, nonetheless. Now, all of these potential names that I'm mentioning, ladies and gentlemen, they could possibly back out of this NBA draft and return to college. So these are not 100% fully intact. They could possibly change their minds and come back. So we shall see. But these are right now the runner-ups. Those are your entry levels. Your early entrants as of April 21st. Yeah, as of right now, these are the list of April 21st of who are the latest candidates to punch their ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you have Johnny Davis. Yes, Johnny Davis, ladies and gentlemen, out of Wisconsin, who will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. He plays the center position. He's a freshman out of Wisconsin, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Davis he'll be going to the NBA draft also. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Consile out of Wichita State. I don't know if I just mentioned his name. I did mention his name. But he is a guard position out of sophomore. He is also going to the NBA draft. Also, Jalaine Durain out of Memphis. He plays for the center position. Freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft as well. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Tyree Eason out of LSU. Forward position. Freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Jordan Hall, St. Joseph's. Ladies and gentlemen, forward position. Sophomore. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Chet Holmgren out of Gonzaga Bulldogs, center position freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Harrison Ingram out of Stanford, forward position freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Jaden Ivey out of Purdue University, guard position sophomore. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Jaden Jones out of Rutgers University, guard freshman. He'll be going to the NBA draft. Walker Kessler out of Auburn Tigers, center position sophomore. He'll be going to the NBA draft as well. Jake LaRavia out of Wake Forest, forward position junior. He'll be going to the NBA draft as well. EJ Little out of the Ohio State Buckeyes, ladies and gentlemen, forward position junior. He'll be going to the NBA draft as well. So we'll see how that goes for EJ Little as well. Kenneth Lofton Jr. out of Louisiana Tech, forward position sophomore. He'll be going to punching his ticket to the NBA draft as well. BJ Mack out of Wofford, forward and center. He'll be he's a junior in college. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft as well. Benedict Mathern out of Arizona, ladies and gentlemen, guard position sophomore. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Kevin McClure, Texas Tech, ladies and gentlemen. This was also a big name. He punched his ticket to the NBA draft. He's a guard position junior out of college. Bryce McGowan's out of Nebraska, forward position freshman out of college. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Josh Minott, Memphis Tigers, forward position freshman. He's punching his ticket to the NBA draft as well. Makeel Mitchell out of Rhode Island, forward and center position sophomore. He's also punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Iverson Moluner out of Memphis State, guard junior, will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Keegan Murray out of Iowa, forward position, sophomore, will be going and punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Andrew Nimhard out of Gonzaga Bulldogs, guard position, senior, will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Jordan Nisbet out of St. Louis, guard, sophomore, will also be going to the NBA draft. Lamar Norman out of Western Michigan, guard, junior, will be going to the NBA draft. Josh Odoro out of George Mason, forward position, junior, will be going to the NBA draft. Ghost Okafor out of Southern Eastern Louisiana, forward, junior, out of college, will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, Najeel Pack out of Kansas State, guard position, sophomore, will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also a big name. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, who has the potential to make history in the making. And he is also the son of Scottie Pippen Sr. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is Scottie Pippen Jr. out of Vanderbilt. He is a guard junior. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. So, congratulations to Scottie Pippen Jr., ladies and gentlemen, who has punched his ticket to potentially going into the NBA draft. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Scottie Pippen Jr. out of Vanderbilt, punching his ticket to the NBA draft. He is definitely a big name that might be coming off the NBA draft boards. Nonetheless, out of Vanderbilt, he is the guard position junior, Scottie Pippen Jr., ladies and gentlemen. Also, Nate Roberts out of Washington, forward position junior. He's punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, David Roddy out of Colorado State. He's a forward position junior. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Baylor Shimerman out of South Dakota State, forward position junior. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. So you got Nate Roberts and David Roddy and Baylor Shimerman out of, Nate Roberts out of Washington. He is the forward position junior, punching his ticket to the NBA draft. David Roddy out of Colorado State, forward position junior, punching his ticket to the NBA draft. And Baylor Shimerman out of South Dakota State, forward position junior, punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, you have Shaden Sharp out of Kentucky, guard position freshman, who will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, you have Jabari Smith Jr. out of the Auburn Tigers, forward position. He's a freshman. He'll be also punching his ticket to the NBA draft as well. Also, you have Drew Timme out of Gonzaga Bulldogs, forward position junior, who will be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, you have Santiago Vescovi out of Tennessee, guard position. He's a junior, punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, you ladies and gentlemen, you have Jabari Walker out of Colorado, forward position. He's a sophomore. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, you have, ladies and gentlemen, Ty Washington out of Kentucky, guard freshman, who will be going to the NBA draft. Also, Peyton Watson out of UCLA Bruins. He's forward position for the freshman basketball team. Out of college, he'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Blake Wesley out of Notre Dame Fighting Irish. He's a guard position out of freshman. He'll be punching his ticket to the NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Donovan Williams out of UNLV. He is guard and forward position junior, punching his ticket to the NBA draft nonetheless. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Mark Williams out of Duke University. He plays the center position, sophomore. He also is punching his ticket to the NBA draft this upcoming NBA draft season. So a lot of big names on that board that will be potential suitors to getting a team in the NBA. All right, let's go through the names of players that are going to be returning back to college. We have those for you. we're going to start off with we do have a couple names for you for those. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are the players that are have actually made it an effective decision to come back to college and not go to the NBA. Let's start off, ladies and gentlemen, with Javon Quinrelly. Yeah, Jahavin Quinrelly. He is returning to Alabama for next college basketball season. Also, ladies and gentlemen, another prospect that will be returning to college basketball next season. His name is R.J. Davis. R.J. Davis has made the announcement that he'll be returning to college. He'll be returning back to the North Carolina Tar Heels for college next season. So he will not be going to the NFL draft. R.J. Davis will be returning, ladies and gentlemen. Also, college basketball news. Ex-Kansas State guard. I think he goes by the name. So this is coming. So this news is coming out, ladies and gentlemen. According to reports and sources, former Kansas State men's basketball guard Najil Pack has announced that he is transferring to the Miami Hurricanes. So he has made an announcement on that. He has announced that he will be doing that nonetheless. So that is the latest reports on that. All right, so that was being announced this past week that Najil Pack is transferring, ladies and gentlemen, to the Miami Hurricanes. That is the latest reports there on Nikhil Pack. Nikhil Pack has made an announcement that he is the ex-Kansas State basketball player. He will be transferring over to the Miami Hurricanes next college basketball season. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so yes, Najil Pack will be transferring over to the Miami Hurricanes. All right, let me see if I mentioned this prospect's name here. All right. I did not. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hold up a minute here. Not only did Najil Pack, I did mention his name, that he has announced that he wants to go to the NBA draft as well. But he also is transferring to the Miami Hurricanes. I don't know I think maybe he's dropping out of the NBA draft. Maybe. But as of right now, I heard that he's transferring over to the Miami Hurricanes. He might be pursuing the NBA draft. I don't know, but the latest reports I'm hearing is that he has transferred over to the Miami Hurricanes. That's the latest reports I'm hearing. But I don't think he's ruling out the NBA draft either. So, just to keep that in mind. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I forgot to mention another prospect out of the Duke Blue Devils. The Duke Blue Devils University, Trevor Keels, also has announced after one season with the Duke Blue Devils, he'll be going to the NBA draft as well. He has announced that as well. So, that is also the latest reports there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Memphis Tigers have announced that they have landed the number 1 transfer, Davis, from SMU. So that's also the latest reports coming from there. All right. So they have landed that number 1 prospect. Also, ladies and gentlemen, college basketball news coming out is Armani Bates has announced that he's returning next season for college basketball. And also, Oscar Tishibiwa out of Kentucky is also returning to college basketball next season. So, awesome stuff there. What a great... those actually are great playmakers from the college basketball picture, nonetheless. So, Oscar Tashibiwa and Armani Bates are announcing that they'll be returning next season, ladies and gentlemen, for college basketball. All right, so also, ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Carr out of Texas has announced, I think out of the Texas Longhorns. So Marcus Carr announced that he'll be returning next season. Also, ladies and gentlemen, out of Purdue University, Zach Edway has announced that he'll be returning. And also, Kevin Abner, ladies and gentlemen, out of Texas Tech, Kevin Abner has announced that he'll be returning as well. So, that is also the latest reports there. So Kevin Abner out of Texas Tech University has announced that he'll be returning next season for college basketball. All right. So those are the big names that will be returning next season for college basketball. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to congratulate Jay Wright, ladies and gentlemen, former Villanova head coach, on his retirement. This past week, ladies and gentlemen, Jay Wright has announced that he'll be retiring from college basketball. So he has announced his retirement, and he will be retiring from college basketball. Excuse me. So with that being said, congratulations to him. Well-deserved retirement. Nonetheless, I mean, you talk about the big names. I mean, he retires behind Mike Krasicki, the Duke Blue Devils former head coach, who also announced his retirement this past season as well. And also, big name off the board is Roy Williams. So, when you talk, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about those combined allocades, when you talk about the greatest coaches of all time, the GOATs of all GOATs, not only are they the greatest allocates of all time, here are their combined allocates of all time. So when you combine those 3 coaches, ladies and gentlemen, Roy Williams, Jay Wright, and Coach K, ladies and gentlemen, they have combined allocates of 2,747 posted wins, 26 Final Four appearances, and 10 national championship winning victories out of those combined 3 head coaches that I mentioned. So, combined allocates, Roy Williams, Jay Wright, and Coach K. When you talk about those greatest coaches of all time, when you combine those allocates, ladies and gentlemen, they are considered one of the best coaches that you could think of in college basketball history. Again, 2,747 posted wins, 26 Final Four appearances, and 10 national championship victories by those combined allocates of those three coaches combined, which is beyond ridiculous. When you combine those three coaches, crazy stuff nonetheless. So again, Coach Jay Wright, congratulations on your retirement, my friend, and thank you so much for what you've done to the Villanova Nation as a head coach that you have done for your whole entire college basketball career. We're going to talk about his resume and what he's accomplished, but he's done it all. He's done it all. I mean, folks, what Jay Wright did to Villanova college basketball, he's done everything that he possibly could have. So, ladies and gentlemen, he was, I believe he was an AP Coach of the Decade in the year 2010s. Yes, in the year 2010s, ladies and gentlemen, he was considered AP Coach of the Decade. Yes, AP Coach of the Decade, folks. AP Coach of the Decade. So, when you talk about ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about AP Coach of the Decade, it speaks a whole lot on what kind of coach you really are and what you bring to the table for this college basketball school program in itself. So, awesome indeed. Not to mention, he accomplished 642 wins. He has 2 national championships under his belt. And also, ladies and gentlemen, he was a 2021 inductee to the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. And also, ladies and gentlemen, he made 4 Final Four appearances. 4 Final Four appearances, ladies and gentlemen, for Jay Wright. So, again, awesome accomplishment for Jay Wright. So, again, congratulations on your retirement. Well-deserved. And thank you for everything you've done, Coach. Throughout your college basketball coaching career with the Villanova Wildcats, and winning 2 national championships with the school program in its entirety in itself. So definitely great accomplishment indeed. So enjoy your well-deserved retirement, my friend. Awesome stuff. So yeah. Awesome stuff. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, that's about it in college basketball news. Yeah. All right. All right. All right, folks. That is it for college basketball news. Let's move over to some Major League Baseball news. Yes, let's talk about the major leagues. So what is going on in Major League Baseball? Well, there's a lot. There's a lot going on right now in Major League Baseball, folks. you know, we got definitely some history in the making to talk about. First and foremost, folks, let's start off here with Major League Baseball news. We'll go over that, and then we'll recap Major League Baseball scores from your Saturday, and we'll give you some predictions for your Sunday. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that for you. Why the heck not, right? So we're definitely on schedule here. We're definitely on schedule. I think we got 1 more hour left here on the schedule, so I guess we are going to be committed to a 4-hour show here, which is pretty awesome. So, which is pretty awesome nonetheless. All right. Oh man. All right, folks. All right. So with that being said, let's go over some Major League Baseball news. So according to sources and reports coming out, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard that Trevor Bayer out of Los Angeles Dodgers, well, his extended leave has been extended to April 29th. Yes. All right. So his for Trevor Bayer's administrative leave, so according to reports and sources, it has been extended to April 29th, folks. That is the latest reports regarding Trevor Bayer. All right, so Trevor Bayer's extended leave, his administrative leave, nonetheless, has been extended to April 29th. That is the latest reports there. All right, more Major League Baseball updates to share with you folks. This is coming out of the New York Mets organization. Michael Confero's agent has confirmed that he has underwent successful shoulder surgery. So he is expected to make full recovery, and he will be returning to spring training next season, folks. So that is definitely great news to hear regarding Michael Compato's agent. Michael Compato's agent confirmed, according to Twitter. I think I follow Michael Compato on Twitter. I believe so. I believe I do follow him on Twitter. Well, actually, it came from Ken Rosenthal. So according to Ken Rosenthal on Twitter, I follow him too. He did mention that Michael Compato's agent confirmed that he underwent successful shoulder surgery, and he is expected to make full recovery going into next season and to be fully recovered for next year's spring training of 2023. So that is definitely great news to hear, nonetheless, for Michael Compato's surgery recovery to recover from surgery, nonetheless. So it was a successful one, and that's definitely great news to hear, nonetheless. All right. All right. So that is news out of the New York Mets organization. Also, more news to share with everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Word is coming out from the Tampa Bay Rays. They have placed Yandy Diaz on COVID injured list, and they have promoted Vital Bruhan, ladies and gentlemen. That's also the latest reports coming from Major League Baseball. So they have did that this past week, according to sources and reports. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more reports coming out from the Baltimore Orioles organization that he goes by the name of Means. I think his last name is Means. So John Means, ladies and gentlemen, from the Baltimore Orioles, is expected to undergo a Tommy John surgery. His timetable has yet to be determined, but he is expected. He's expected to be out for the rest of the season. Actually, they will be without John Means for the rest of the season, as he will undergo Tommy John surgery sometime this week. I think he'll be going for MRIs on his elbow. I believe so. Yeah. So that's the latest reports there. Let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, there's somebody else that's going through a contract grievance currently. Out of the New York Yankees, his name is Jacoby Ellsbury. Currently from the New York Yankees organization, he is currently trying to resolve a contract grievance as well. So hopefully he gets that resolved. That's the latest reports coming from there, from the New York Yankees organization. Also, ladies and gentlemen, good news for the Atlanta Braves, as Ronald Acuna Jr. has announced that he is tentatively set to return on May 6th of 2022. So Ronald Acuna Jr. is looking at a date to come back on May 6th of 2022, ladies and gentlemen. That is the latest reports. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I mentioned this, out of the Los Angeles Dodgers, Darren Nunez is expected to undergo Tommy Johnny surgery as well. The latest reports, according to sources, that he is expected to be out until at least the month of May or June of 2023. So going into next year. So he will be out for the remainder of the season. I know they did place him on a 60-day injured list, but now he's officially out for the remainder of the season. So he will be out until May or June of 2023. So that is his timetable to return. So he will be out for the remainder of this season nonetheless. All right. Let's see here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this past week, out of the Tampa Bay Rays organization, Wander Franco became the youngest player in a multi-home run game in the Tampa Bay Rays history. Congratulations to him as well on accomplishing that accomplishment. Wander Franco, ladies and gentlemen, becoming the youngest player in history, in Tampa Bay Rays history, with a multi-home run game, nonetheless. So awesome accomplishment there on his behalf. Also, reports coming out from the Washington Nationals. They are expected to select Aaron Sanchez to bring in to the active roster. And I believe that is the latest reports from Major League Baseball. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I need you to stand up for this. Well, yeah, stand up, whatever you're doing. Stop what you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, again, without further ado, I have to give a round of applause to the women that are making history in Women's History Nation. So, did anybody even notice what transpired and happened this week in Major League Baseball? So, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, I believe, yes, I believe so. In what, like, I think it's been a while that we actually even heard this. Ladies and gentlemen, KELSIE Whitmore made her official Major League Baseball Atlantic League debut as a pitch runner. If anybody did not recall that, this past week, KELSIE Whitmore made her official Major League Baseball Major League Baseball Mid-Atlantic. She made her official Major League Baseball Atlantic League debut. KELSIE Whitmore. She made her league debut as a pitch runner. Ladies and gentlemen, talk about women making history and being involved in sports. Not to mention, and alone in itself, she's being a part of the Major League Baseball in its entirety. And she's only 23 years of age. What an amazing accomplishment for her. To add that to her resume. That is pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. She has, ladies and gentlemen, she becomes one of the first women, again, to be connected to the Major League Baseball organization as a pitch runner in the Atlantic League. That is truly, truly awesome. Truly awesome. Truly, truly awesome nonetheless. So, again, folks, I mean, if you want to talk about how women definitely make history, you know, when they get involved in sports like this, well, you had two other women that got involved in Major League Baseball history in the past. You know, that had connection with Major League Baseball in general. So you talk about dating back to the year, let's say what? The year 1994, where you had Lee Anna Ketchman and Julie Crotea that were on the Mayu Stingrays in the Hawaiian Winter Baseball League in the year 1994. They were involved in that. And you know what? Yeah. More women were considered to being part of the Major League Baseball in its entirety. So, with that being said, I mean, they deserve the highest level of recognition that they deserve as they make an impact in getting involved in the sports of all sports when it comes to Major League Baseball and its perspective. You know, and ladies and gentlemen, the women need recognition. They try to play at the same level as the men do, with the highest level possibility that they can to achieve and accomplish what they can do. There is no women out there that they cannot do what the men cannot do. Right or wrong. So, you know, with that being said, it is truly, truly amazing. It is truly amazing indeed what the women in professional sports are doing to be involved in something like this. Truly, truly awesome. And having a connection in its entirety. So, awesome stuff. I mean, look at, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed this, last week, the San Francisco Giants, Alyssa Nakin, who filled in for the first baseman coach. Yes, did anybody witness that last week? The San Francisco Giants, Alyssa Nakin, who was the first base coach, she became the first woman again to coach on the field for a big league game. And Allison did that in being a part of the Major League Baseball in its entirety, folks, which is truly, truly awesome indeed in the professional baseball of Major League Baseball in its entirety, which is definitely awesome. And then folks, talk about this. There's another woman that's getting involved in Major League Baseball, but she's in the minor league baseball picture of all things, and she goes by the name of Rachel Belivic, who won her debut with the low A Tampa Terrapins, the Tampa Terrapins. So she won that. Again, she's involved with the New York Yankees system, and she became the first woman to be that skipper team affiliated with the Major League club in its entirety, folks. Women are definitely getting the recognition that they deserve in the Major League sports in its entirety, folks. And it is truly awesome. It is without a shadow of a doubt truly amazing and stuff what we're witnessing here. As the women are no different than the men. I kid you not. I mean, I feel like that the women, they need to definitely be involved. I mean, when it comes to possibly the NBA, and not to mention the NFL. I mean, potentially as field goal kickers, or maybe as a potential head coach, or assistant coaches, nonetheless. Not just in the women professional sports of, when you talk about the WNBA, or what else do you talk about? Or the NCAA women's picture, or the women's baseball, college basketball. So again, I feel like the women should be involved with the men and show what they're really capable of, as what they bring to the table. I mean, getting that opportunity to prove themselves, what they could do, what also men could do. When it really matters the most, and when it comes to their ability and showing that they have the true capabilities, aspects, skills, attributes to to making a heck of a career out of themselves. I mean, there is nothing that women can do that men can do. I kid you not, folks. There is nothing out there that women cannot do that men cannot do. I believe, in my perspective point of view, the women can do what the men can do as well. So, it's. I mean, I feel like the women should get recognition. They definitely should. So, it is truly awesome and an honor for women being a part of, the Major League Baseball, in its entirety, which is, to be honest with you, really phenomenal, So, pretty awesome stuff. All right. Let's see here. All right. Speaking of expanding, Major League Baseball has also talked about that. Yeah. So, again, according to reports, articles, sources, Major League Baseball, again, folks, have made it known that starting possibly in the year, I believe starting in the year 2023, I believe so. So, yeah. No. Actually, never mind. So, alright. So, according to reports, According to reports, sources, articles, ladies and gentlemen, Major League Baseball has announced that they're gonna talk about expanding, along with possibly maybe how the NBA format has expanded. So, and also when I mentioned earlier throughout the show that the NHL hockey is also thinking about expanding as well to a different format, which I know they're not going to talk about until the off season. A lot of ladies and gentlemen, organizations now are definitely thinking about expanding the playoff formats, which I think is definitely a great idea nonetheless. But again, you talk about profits, ladies and gentlemen, and money. Money really plays a big factor. So again, when I say that, folks, it's about. It is definitely about, let's get the ball rolling and let's get the job. I mean, let's get the plan rolling here. So, whatever idea, plan, or approach they do, I believe the Major League Baseball should take this step forward. Possibly what they did just mention that in the next 3 to 5 years, Major League Baseball has announced that they'll be expanding possibly the playoff format or maybe the regular season. They really didn't get into too much detail, but they're definitely they said that in the next 3 to 5 years they will be expanding according to Major League Baseball sources, articles, and so forth. So something to look forward to, nonetheless. And the question remains, what exactly is Robert Medford, what direction is he going to go towards in deciding that factor of what is he truly going to expand? Is he going to expand the playoff format? Is he going to expand the regular season? I mean, again, folks, it does not make sense to expand the regular season. I mean, already you have a 162 game regular season. I mean, what do you plan on extending it to? 182 games? Come on, are you serious right now? Like, I don't think anybody wants to see a 182 game season. So I mean, well, we shall see what they decide to do. So, yeah, we'll go from there, folks. We'll go from there, nonetheless. All right. With that being said, let's see. All right. This is the hottest topic. Before we get to scores and predictions, this is the hottest topic, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Miguel Cabrera. Miguel Cabrera, folks. Yes. He finally got his 3,000th win yesterday. After maybe a couple days ago, a rain delay. Well, no, a postponed game because of the weather. And I think it was postponed because of the weather. I believe so. So weather really played a big factor. And not to mention, there was also a controversy going on, I think 2 days ago, where there was a walk-off controversy where Miguel Cabrera didn't get his 3,000th win. 3,000th hit. So that kind of played a big factor. So not only the weather did, but a walk-off situation really played a big factor as well. But with that being said, congratulations to Miguel Cabrera, though, out of the Detroit Tigers, in accomplishing his 3,000th career win. His 3,000th career hit in his Major League Baseball career. Now, ladies and gentlemen, he is the 7th player, along with 500 home runs. He's the 7th player to do that, behind Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, Eddie Murray, Rafael Palomero, Albert Pujols, Alex Rodriguez, and now finally on that list, Miguel Cabrera. So congratulations to him. Nonetheless, what an accomplishment for Miguel Cabrera. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, look at his resume. It speaks for itself. I mean, 3,000 hits already he accomplished. He has an average of .310 with an OPS of 919. He has 1 Triple Crown, 2 MVP awards, 4 batting titles, and he's your 2003 World Series champion. So that's pretty awesome for Miguel Cabrera. So, I mean, that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Now, I want to go through a other slew of names again that have hit the 3,000 hit mark. Again, you talk about these professional names in the nature of baseball. Again, Pete Rose. Everybody's familiar with Pete Rose, right? And then you talk about Ty Combs, Hank Aaron, Stain Musial, Tris Speaker, Derek Jeter, Cap Hansen, Hannes Wagner, Carl Yastromaski, Paul Molitor, Eddie Collins, Albert Pujols, Willie Mays, Eddie Murray, Nap LaJoie, Cal Ripken Jr., Adrian Beltre, George Brett, Paul Wayner, Robin Yost, Tony Gwynn, Alex Rodriguez, Dave Winfield, Eiichiro Suzuki, Craig Biggio, Ricky Henderson, Rod Carew, Lou Brock, Rafael Palomero, Wade Boggs, Alkaline, Roberto Clemente, and finally, Miguel Cabrera. Congratulations on the 3,000 hit club players. Big names out there that definitely needed recognition nonetheless. I mean, talk about Cal Ripken Jr. That's a big name. To be mentioned on that list, that's a big name. Big accomplishment indeed. Big accomplishment indeed. Big name nonetheless. Alright. Let's go over your Saturday scores, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go over them. We have a lot. To go over, so we'll give them to you, and then we'll talk about Sunday scores. We'll give you some predictions on that as well. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start off with your Saturday scores for Major League Baseball. So let's go with... Alright, so here's your recap Major League Baseball scores from your Saturday. We'll start off with the Tampa Bay Rays who picked up a victory yesterday against the Boston Red Sox with the final score 3-2 there. Also, the Milwaukee Brewers defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 5-3. And also the Texas Rangers defeated the Oakland Athletics 2-0. The St. Louis Cardinals defeated the Cincinnati Reds 5-0. Seattle Mariners defeated the Royals 13-7, your final score yesterday. Also, the Arizona Diamondbacks defeated the New York Mets 5-2. Colorado Rockies defeated Detroit Tigers 3-2. And the San Diego Padres defeated the Los Angeles Dodgers 3-2. And then the Miami Marlins defeated the Atlanta Braves 9-7. The Baltimore Orioles defeated the Los Angeles Angels 5-4. Toronto Blue Jays defeated the Houston Astros 3-2. And the Minnesota Twins defeated the Chicago White Sox 9-2. And the San Francisco Giants defeated the Washington Nationals 5-2. And the the Cleveland Guardians, they lost to the New York Yankees 5-4. And then the Chicago Cubs, in a blowout, defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates 21-0. And the Detroit Tigers, again in a doubleheader, defeated the Colorado Rockies 13-0. And that's pretty much your recap of your Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with that being said, let's go over your Sunday matchups before the first pitch inning gets underway this afternoon. So we'll give them to you. Nonetheless, we'll start off here and then we'll jump over to NBA, folks. Yeah, we'll go over to the NBA after we wrap this up here. And we got, less than half an hour. So we should definitely, be on schedule here. All right. With that being said, here are the Major League Baseball predictions going into today. We have early games, and pretty much there's only one game happening at 7 o'clock today. So your early window, Colorado. The Colorado Rockies versus the Detroit Tigers, scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. this afternoon. Let's go with the Rockies on this one. I like the Rockies' chances. I mean, after a split game yesterday in a doubleheader, where the Rockies defeated the Tigers 3-2, and then the Tigers defeated the Rockies 13-0. I believe the Rockies could edge out the Tigers this afternoon here, so I like the Rockies in this one. With the momentum possibly this after. I mean, as a road team, we'll see how it goes, but I like the Rockies' chances here. Red Sox against the Rays. I like the Rays in this one. I definitely do. Marlins against the Braves. I like the Braves at 1:35 this afternoon. Nationals against the Giants. I like the Giants in this one. I think the Giants could sneak out a victory on the road against the Washington Nationals. The Guardians against the New York Yankees. I like the New York Yankees to keep momentum here. I think they could edge out a victory today at 1:35 p.m. Eastern Time. St. Louis Cardinals against the Cincinnati Reds. I like the Reds. We'll go with the Reds here on this one. Scheduled for 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time today. Blue Jays against the Astros. I like the Blue Jays in this one. I think they could sneak out a victory down south in Houston. Scheduled for 2:10 p.m. Eastern Time. And then you got the White Sox against the Minnesota Twins. I like the White Sox in this one. Scheduled for 2:10 as well. Pittsburgh Pirates against the Chicago Cubs. I like the Cubs to continue this momentum. I think they could edge out a victory against the Pirates this afternoon. Rangers against the Athletics. I like the Rangers against the Athletics at 4:07 p.m. this afternoon. Also scheduled for 4:07 p.m. You got the Baltimore Orioles against the Los Angeles Angels. I like the Angels this afternoon in this one. You got the New York Mets against the Arizona Diamondbacks. I like the Mets this afternoon at 4:10 Eastern Time. Dodgers against the Padres. I like the Dodgers in this one I think they could beat. I believe they could defeat the Padres in this one. I think the Padres yesterday they snapped their 8-game losing streak. Yeah, the Padres snapped their 8-game losing streak yesterday against the Dodgers. So will they continue today? We'll see. But I like the Dodgers to possibly pick up a win here against the Padres. This game is scheduled for 4:10 p.m. Eastern Time later on today. Also for 4:10 p.m. you got the Royals and the Mariners. I like the Mariners this afternoon in that one. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, your late game going into tonight. You got the Milwaukee Brewers against the Philadelphia Phillies, scheduled for 7:08 p.m. I like the Philadelphia Phillies to edge out a victory against the Milwaukee Brewers later on tonight. So we'll see how that matchup goes. And then tomorrow for your Monday, you really don't have a lot on the card. I think scheduled for tomorrow, 7 games tomorrow. So pretty awesome card nonetheless. So you got pretty much an easy card going into your Monday tomorrow. And I think tomorrow, Monday, pretty much all of them are late games, really. All right, so yeah, that's pretty awesome. Everybody's playing at 6:10 tomorrow and 9:40. Nobody's playing that early window where they play at 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot lately. 1 o'clock games in Major League Baseball. I think we're going to be witnessing one this Wednesday, April 27th, when the Mets play the Cardinals on Wednesday, April 27th at 1:15 p.m. So there has been some early windows in Major League Baseball, but again, I think going into tomorrow and Tuesday, all of them will be scheduled late games where they're gonna start anywhere roughly from 6 or 7 o'clock all the way to having that late game window, which is between 9:40 and 10 o'clock, I believe. So that is the latest reports there. All right. All right. That's it for Major League Baseball, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move over to some NBA news. Man, what do we need to talk about the NBA that you people have not really have heard by now? I mean, so we're going to talk about NBA news. We're going to go over that. We're also going to talk about the playoffs. We're also going to recap your Saturday games. And also, we are going to go through your Sunday games before tip-off. Give you some predictions for that. I believe we have some, early games in the NBA today. I believe so. I'm not sure. I gotta check. Hold up. Let's see here. Yeah, we have some early games in the NBA later on today. One of them is scheduled to start in 2 hours, so yeah. All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with some NBA news. Let's go with that. Let's start off with that. Let's get that underway. Let's get that out of the way. So according to Joel Embiid, so Joel Embiid, ladies and gentlemen, has said that he is dealing with an injury right now. Yeah. So according to sources and reports, ladies and gentlemen, Joel Embiid again has announced that he's gonna wait until the offseason. He has definitely confirmed it, folks. He's gonna play through the injury, and he has confirmed that he will wait until the offseason for surgery in his thumb. That I believe I think it's his right thumb or left thumb. He did not clarify. But his thumb, he said that he's gonna get injury in his thumb going into the off season, which definitely requires it. Not to mention, according to Doc Rivers has made it known to the media. He has mentioned it, and he definitely let it be known too that Doc Rivers has informed everybody, ladies and gentlemen, that Joel Embiid, his thumb is really hurting to where it's definitely severe, and it does require surgery. But Joel Embiid has confirmed it, folks, according to reports and sources, that he's gonna wait until the off season to get that surgery done and completed. So he's gonna play through that injury throughout the playoffs. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it's a good idea. But I mean, it's a good possibility he might injure it even more than what how it feels now on his take, on his intake, on his part. But I mean, Joel Embiid knows his body very well than anybody else does. So if he wants to play through it, best of luck to you, my friend. But hopefully he doesn't aggravate it as much as it is already aggravated, according to what Doc Rivers has already pinpointed out to the whole world regarding Joel Embiid's situation. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NBA news to go over with you. Congratulations to Scottie Barnes on achieving Rookie of the Year. Now, for anybody out there that likes to have some research and some history in the making included in this conversation, well, the last Toronto Raptor to achieve Rookie of the Year award, ladies and gentlemen, was Vince Carter and Damian Stoudemire. Yes, dating back to the year 1999. Back to the year 1990s. So when Vince Carter and Damian Stoudemire became also your Rookie of the Year as a Toronto Raptor. So Scottie Barnes is now on that list of Rookie of the Year candidates, as he achieved that yesterday in defeating the 76ers to make it a 3-1 series lead. Sixers are up, of course, in that one. So, yes, again, congratulations to Scottie Barnes on achieving Rookie of the Year status, nonetheless. Let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you regarding Chris Paul. So far, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Paul and that series with the New Orleans Pelicans, of course, he has now the most assists in that 2 playoff game span without a single turnover. Now, the last person to do that was Mr. Jay Stockton, who had 20 assists and 0 turnovers. Currently, right now, Chris Paul, ladies and gentlemen, leads with, in that 2-game span, in that 2-game series with the New Orleans Pelicans, he currently leads with 28 assists and 0 turnovers. Incredible. Incredible by Chris Paul. Incredible. Nonetheless. So, pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Speaking of the New Orleans Pelicans and the Phoenix Suns, they have come up in a close game in this series. And what I mean by close games, folks, well, I'm going to share it with you. So, I mean, you got to, by the way, folks, you got to give your hat, tip off your hat to the New Orleans Pelicans and keeping this series right now, what, 2-1, the Suns are leading right now in this one. And game 4 is, I believe, today at 9:30. So, yeah. So go back, ladies and gentlemen, on this series here. I want to talk about this series real quick. So, go back to the Phoenix Suns and the New Orleans Pelicans series. It is a big blow to losing Devin Booker. And the latest reports coming out from Devin Booker, I believe, is that he is expected to be out 2 to 3 weeks upon evaluation, of course. So he is expected to miss 2 to 3 weeks upon evaluation. I mean, I know he's going to get evaluated regarding that injury. You know, they're not going to bring him back. I'm healed after 3 weeks that I can come back fully, to the court. No. They're going to have to go through the evaluation process nonetheless. So, with that being said, it is a big blow, of course. I mean, for the Phoenix Suns, after, having a 64-game winning season, and their record is so impressive. Only, 17 losses, I think. So, it is truly tremendous, but to lose Devin Booker, it's definitely a huge blow. It is definitely a huge blow. But, when it comes to the nature of sports and basketball, injuries, you can't prevent them. It's hard to prevent injuries. It really is. But you got to give your hats off to how far the New Orleans Pelicans, have gotten this far. And to be honest with you folks, they're dancing with the Phoenix Suns right now. Look at the series right now and how it's shaped up. Go back to Sunday, April 17th, where the Phoenix Suns took a 1-0 series lead against the New Orleans Pelicans, defeating them 110-99 in final score on Sunday, April 17th. And then on Tuesday, April 19th, the New Orleans Pelicans defeated the Phoenix Suns without Devin Booker, but they did have Chris Paul. Pelicans defeated the Phoenix Suns 125-114 to tie up the series, and then the Suns all of a sudden defeated the Pelicans in Game 3, where it was definitely a tight, contested battle. The Phoenix Suns defeated the Pelicans 114-111 on Friday, April 22nd. So, with that being said, I mean, you got to give a big shout out to the New Orleans Pelicans and how far they're really dancing with the Phoenix Suns right now. With that being said, this is how the Phoenix Suns, not the Phoenix Suns, excuse me, the New Orleans Pelicans, this is how their season has really shaped up so far. All right, this is how their season has really shaped up so far. They are led right now by their first-year head coach, Willie Green. They started the season 1-12. Brandon Ingram missed 7 out of his first 13 games. Tied for the NBA's best 3-game winning shots in the last 5 seconds this season. Rookie Herb Jones and Jose Alfredo and Trey Murphy III have entered the rotation mid-season. Acquired CJ McCollum and Larry Nance Jr. and Tony Snell on February 8th. And then they won 2 games in the MetaQuest play-in to make the postseason. And they split the first 2 games on the road against a top-seeded Phoenix Suns. So talk about a heck of a run for the New Orleans Pelicans. And how they're staying in this series with the Phoenix Suns. And they're doing all this without Devin Booker. Now, even though the series is up 2-1, this could still be anybody's series right now, folks. Again, the Phoenix Suns they're definitely hurt without their biggest playmaker, Devin Booker, being on that active roster. So, again, it's not over until it's over, right? So, again, does the Phoenix Suns have a chance? To close this out? Of course they do. That all depends on really how Chris Paul develops and performs in closing out games against the New Orleans Pelicans in this series. But then don't rule out the New Orleans Pelicans. Don't rule out Brandon Ingram. Do not rule out CJ McCollum. They all are playmakers and how they're performing in this series to make this whole series potentially a whole different ball game. So a lot could be riding on this series, folks. A lot could be riding on this series. And how it's gonna play out. Going into this best of 7 series. As of right now, the Phoenix Suns are leading 2-1. So it's anybody's ball game right now. It really is. Without Devin Booker, it's difficult to really tell. It's really difficult to tell how close can the Phoenix Suns really close this series out, because as of late in this series, the New Orleans Pelicans have proven that they could definitely dance with a top seeded team. Yeah, so it'll be very interesting though. It'll be definitely interesting how it's gonna shape up to be though. I'll tell you that much. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, we'll definitely see how it plays out. All right, I want to see if there's anything else regarding the NBA news that has not been shared out yet. Let's see here. Also, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the NBA news and that series right now, currently between the Milwaukee Bucks and the Chicago Bulls, nothing is going in favor of the Chicago Bulls either, ladies and gentlemen, in that series right now. This past week, the Bulls' 30-point loss to the Bucks in Game 3. It was the largest margin of defeat in a playoff game in franchise history, folks. Wow. Talk about a loss. And being a 30-point loss in its entirety, folks, in a playoff game. That is the first time in franchise history, folks, too. Actually, not the first time. This is just alone in itself in franchise history. That the Chicago Bulls, in a 30-point loss to the Milwaukee Bucks in Game 3, to lose by that much, is what the Chicago Bulls franchise organization were dealing with that past Game 3 game. So, crazy, right? Yeah. Yeah. Talk about a wow. Talk about a wow. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, more news coming out of the NBA, out of the Charlotte Hornets. So after they lost to the Atlanta Hawks, ladies and gentlemen, in the play-in tournament, they have decided to part ways with head coach James Borrego. Yes, they have decided to part ways with James Borrego. So after that devastating loss to the Atlanta Hawks in the play-in tournament, after the Charlotte Hornets got eliminated, they decided to part ways with James Borrego. So now that the Charlotte Hornets are in the offseason, they're going to be looking at pursuing a new head coach going into next season in itself. So we'll see who they will be bringing in, as they have a heavy soul searching of a head coach this upcoming offseason that they need to do. When it comes to definitely sitting down, analyzing, and who's going to be the rightful head coach candidate, to take over James Borrego's job in the Charlotte Hornets organization. Not to mention the Los Angeles Lakers are also looking for a head coach too. As of right now, nothing has been confirmed yet on who wants to coach the Los Angeles Lakers just yet. So after they parted ways with Frank Vogel, as of right now, nothing has been confirmed on who the Los Angeles Lakers are going to bring to the organization as of yet. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open on that, on the latest on that, to see what goes on from there. All right. Let's see. All right. All right. Here we go. Now we need to talk about something that nobody really expected. the Brooklyn Nets, ladies and gentlemen. The question now, they're down 0-3 against the Boston Celtics. I mean, who would have thought we would come to this point where the Boston Celtics have a 3-0 lead on the Brooklyn Nets? Who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it for the Boston Celtics to be up on the Brooklyn Nets right now? 3-0 in this series. The question right now on everybody's mind is, what's wrong with the Brooklyn Nets? You know, what is not going right for this basketball team right now? I mean, we know what's going wrong for this team. We definitely know what's going wrong for this team, and it's not winning. You know, and being down 0-3 in the series. Not to mention, you were on the road, games 1 and 2. You lost both of them. Not to mention, in game 1, you lost in a 1-point differential game where Jason Tatum took it in for the layup to help Boston Celtics to secure that W. 115-114 was the final score in that one. And then all of a sudden, you had no answers for the Boston Celtics at the TD Garden in game 2. And then you go back to the Barclays Center in Brooklyn for game 3 at home. And you still have no answer for the Boston Celtics. I mean, at this point, Brooklyn, it's a wake-up call. It's a wake-up call. You know, I don't even know if they can come back from this. I don't think at this point they can even come back from an 0-3 deficit. You know? I mean, at this point, I mean, at this point, I don't know. I really do not know if they could come back in this. I mean, game 5 is tomorrow. Game 4 is tomorrow. Game 4 is tomorrow. So, I don't know. I don't know. Can Brooklyn change this around? They're down 0-3. Who would have thunk it? What's wrong with Brooklyn? Well, I do have some answers for you, though. I do have some answers for you. So, this is how the series turned out. All right, between the Brooklyn Nets and the Boston Celtics. Game 1, Kevin Durant. All right, I'm going to put the focal point on Kevin Durant here for a minute. He put 23 points up. Now, from the field goal he was 9 for 24. All right, from field goal. In game 2, he posted 27 points. Okay? In game 2, ladies and gentlemen, he posted 27 points. Okay? He posted 27 points in game 2. He was 4 for 17 from the field goal. From the field goal line. In game 3, he only posted 16 points. And he was 6 for 11 from the field goal. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people are asking, where is the Kevin Durant that used to post in a playoff atmospheric game where it really counts the most? Where is that Kevin Durant that posted 40 plus points? Or where is that Kevin Durant that used to post 60 points to win a playoff game where it really matters the most? And Kevin Durant's going to talk about, oh, fatigue is not, bothering me. Yeah, yeah, folks. Kevin Durant made it very, very clear yesterday to the media that fatigue is not a factor here. All right, so what's stopping you? What's stopping you from winning this basketball game? Making this series a very interesting series. I mean, right now, at this point, Brooklyn should be tied with the Boston Celtics right now. At this point, Brooklyn should be up. I mean, they should be tied 2-2 apiece with the Boston Celtics. And you know what? They're down 0-3 right now, with no answer on how to defeat Boston Celtics. And the question really looms: could they even defeat them going into tomorrow's Game 4? Which is a home game scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. So, does Brooklyn even stand a chance, folks? Going into tomorrow night. So, I mean, it's crazy, folks. It really is. I mean, to seeing Brooklyn struggle this bad. And here's a stat note to share with everybody. So in NBA history, Kevin Durant, he is the first player in NBA history, folks, to average 7+ turnovers in a playoff game. He has a total of 7.6 turnovers in a playoff game. Yeah. 7.6 turnovers in a playoff game. Yeah. 7.6. Crazy. Crazy stuff. I mean, at this point, can Brooklyn come back from an 0-3? Can they come back from an 0-3? I mean, it's folks. It is shocking that Brooklyn's down 0-3 in the first series of the playoff round of the NBA playoffs. Yeah. Yeah. It is shocking, shocking, shocking. All right. Let's see. All right. So we've covered NBA news. We're about to recap the scores from your Saturday. About to do that. We'll go over your Sunday predictions. Yeah. So we're gonna talk about the playoffs now. Here is something I like to share with everybody. Let's see. Here's currently what the playoff picture looks like. So, according to NBA.com, right now, again, this is how the NBA playoff picture looks like right now. The Phoenix Suns are up 2-1 against the New Orleans Pelicans. Dallas Mavericks and the Utah Jazz. And speaking of the Dallas Mavericks, Luka Doncic made his return. And I think yesterday, and the Utah Jazz picked up a victory to tie up the series. 2 games apiece in that one. Right now, Golden State Warriors have a commanding lead on the Denver Nuggets. 3-0 in the series. Grizzlies and the Memphis Grizzlies and the Timberwolves. Man, talk about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Karl Anthony Towns yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, who posted what 33 points something, I believe. He had a heck of a game yesterday. Karl Anthony Towns had a heck of a game yesterday, folks. He posted again. I think he had a double night. Yeah. Karl Anthony Towns, ladies and gentlemen, tying up the series 2 games apiece against the Memphis Grizzlies. Man, that guy is on a machine, on a mission right now. He's on a mission, folks. Again, 33 points posted, 14 rebounds, 3 assists. He's a man on a mission right now. Definitely. So he definitely had a double night. 33 points recorded, 14 rebounds, 3 assists. He defeated the Memphis. He defeated the Memphis Grizzlies by the final score of 119-118 was the final 1-point differential game there. And they defeated them to tie up the series 2 games apiece. Right now, the Eastern Conference, here's how it looks from its perspective point of view. Right now, the Miami Heat currently leading 2-1 against the Atlanta Hawks after the Atlanta Hawks defeated them, I believe, on Friday. I think it was on Friday because they do have a game today. So right now, that game is 2-1. Miami Heat currently leading in that series. And then the Philadelphia 76ers, who lost to the Toronto Raptors yesterday, I believe. Right now, that game is 3-1 76ers in that one. And right now, the Milwaukee Bucks are currently, they have a commanding lead 2-1 against the Chicago Bulls. And finally, folks, the Boston Celtics, they have a 3-0 commanding lead against the Brooklyn Nets. So that is currently where everybody stands right now in the NBA playoff picture. So that is currently where everybody stands before 1 o'clock p.m. tip-off time later on today. All right. Let's recap your Saturday, folks, and we'll give you some predictions for your Sunday, nonetheless, to wrap it up here. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's recap your Saturday games. We'll go over those with you. So here's yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, the 76ers lost to the Toronto Raptors 110-102, their final score, as the 76ers take a 3-1 series lead in the best of 7, I believe, right now. In the best of 7, yeah. Mavericks and the Jazz are currently tied two games apiece, as the Utah Jazz defeated the Dallas Mavericks 100-99 yesterday. Also, the Boston Celtics defeated the Brooklyn Nets 109-103, your final score yesterday. And finally, the Timberwolves defeated the Memphis Grizzlies 119-118, your final score there, as that series is also tied 2 games apiece. All right. With that being said, folks, let's go over your predictions and games today before 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, tip-off time. First and foremost, you have the Chicago Bulls taking on the Milwaukee Bucks, the defending NBA champions. That game is scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Milwaukee Bucks currently lead 2-1 series lead in that one. I definitely like the Bucks taking that 3-1 series lead against the Chicago Bulls later on today. I think the Milwaukee Bucks are really locked and loaded, and the matchup favors them very well, more than the Chicago Bulls as we speak. Chicago Bulls, again, they have proven that they have no answer for the Milwaukee Bucks. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I think the Chicago Bulls are going to continue showing that if DeMar DeRozan does not put up, again, 40-plus points to help Chicago Bulls win this game. So I do like I do like the Milwaukee Bucks picking up this victory later on this afternoon and taking a commanding 3-1 series lead against the Chicago Bulls. Also, you have the Golden State Warriors later on today against the Denver Nuggets. Ladies and gentlemen, nothing really convinces me at this point that the Denver Nuggets could even come up with a victory in this matchup. This game is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the Golden State Warriors have a commanding 3-0 lead on the Denver Nuggets, and nothing really convinces me right now that the Denver Nuggets can make this series an interesting series. I think this is going to be the first time an MVP winner such as Nikola Jokic, who's probably going to get eliminated in the first round, and he's the potential runner-up to be back-to-back MVP winner, nonetheless. So he's going to be eliminated in the first round, folks. I don't think that has ever happened in NBA history, where an NBA winner wins MVP and gets eliminated in the first round. I don't think that's ever happened in the NBA franchise. But at this point, folks, nothing really has convinced me that the Denver Nuggets could make this playoff series an interesting one. I do definitely like Golden State to win this game and close out the series. This is going to be a clean sweep for the Golden State Warriors. You talk about the three Musketeers that are clicking on all cylinders, nonetheless, and they're punching where it really matters the most. You talk about Jordan Poole, you talk about Stephen Curry, and you talk about Klay Thompson. Your three Musketeers right there that give it each and every day on the court where it really matters the most. And ladies and gentlemen, if you all recall what the Golden State Warriors did last series, combine Stephen Curry putting 20 plus points, Klay Thompson putting 20 plus points, and Jordan Poole putting 20 plus points. Combine all those points right there. You are talking, ladies and gentlemen, a total of 60 combined points by those three Musketeers to wash out the Denver Nuggets. And ladies and gentlemen, going into today's game, if the Denver Nuggets have no answer to shut down Jordan Poole, Stephen Curry, and Klay Thompson, well, they're gonna have a nightmarish game going into today's game, where it is gonna be a blowout potential. Where Golden State is gonna pick up where they left off, and closing this game out. If the Denver Nuggets don't have an answer for the Golden State Warriors on how to slow down those three Musketeers from possibly combining a total of 60 points. I mean, when you put a combined total of 60 points, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's hard coming back on how to even win a game in that epic series matchup. So I definitely like Golden State to win this game and close it out. So yes. So Golden State will definitely prevail going into today's game against the Denver Nuggets, which is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, you have the Miami Heat going up against the Atlanta Hawks. Game is up 2-1 for the Miami Heat. I mean, at this point, what can I say? I mean, Trae Young did keep this game a very close game in the last series. Miami Heat is up 2-1, like I mentioned. I mean, for the Atlanta Hawks to even have the chance in this series, ladies and gentlemen, Ice Trae needs to continue to have a good game. He needs to have a great game for the Atlanta Hawks to even have a remotely chance to keep this playoff series alive and kicking. Not to mention to make this interesting series very, very interesting in the NBA right now, playoff scenario. So we shall see. We shall see how the Atlanta Hawks are gonna. I mean, this is anybody's ball game. Can the Atlanta Hawks tie this series? Absolutely, they can. I think they have everything. They're doing it without Clint Capella. They're definitely doing it without Clint Capella. But we shall see, folks. Unless Clint Capella, I don't know if he did play last game. Maybe he did. But at this point, it's all up. It's really all up to them, to see, how well they can, to keep this playoff series very interesting. So if we go back to the Hawks versus the Heat, and pull up the stats from the last matchup. Let me see here. So, the last matchup. The last matchup when the Atlanta Hawks, ladies and gentlemen, when they defeated the Miami Heat by 1 point. Again, Trae Young, ladies and gentlemen, even though he did play 40 minutes of basketball, he only posted 24 points. He had 4 rebounds and 8 assists. So again, he did this all without Clint Capella on the active roster. DeAndre Hunter, he had 17 points, and Kevin Herter, had 13 points, and Bogdanovic had 18 points, and Dillian Whyte had 13 points to help the Atlanta Hawks defeat the Miami Heat by 1 point in the last series matchup. But again, the Hawks did all that without Clint Capella on the active roster. So again, I haven't heard anything about Clint Capella playing today. We haven't heard any reports. There is a good chance he might be playing. He might not be playing. I really haven't heard anything. But it would be good news for the Atlanta Hawks if they get Clint Capella back onto the active roster. So we shall wait and see on that. But they are expected to play today. Again, this is anybody's ball game. Do the Atlanta Hawks have a chance to make this playoff series an interesting one? Absolutely, they do. It's pretty much decks on deck. The decks on deck on the table here, between the Miami Heat and the Atlanta Hawks. So we shall see how this is going to play out, nonetheless. But again, I do like the Miami Heat to take the commanding 3-1 series lead. But again, like I said, it could be anybody's ball game nonetheless. All right. And final game of the night, ladies and gentlemen, it will be the Phoenix Suns versus the New Orleans Pelicans. Right now, the Suns are currently leading 2-1. The question for me, ladies and gentlemen, going into this one, and possibly the question for everybody on their minds going into this game later on tonight, is what kind of Phoenix Suns are we going to be getting? What kind of Phoenix Suns team are we going to be expecting? Again, without Devin Booker, again, this series could go in a whole different direction, folks. This could be anybody's ball game. Ladies and gentlemen, at first I thought when the Phoenix Suns had Devin Booker on the active roster, I thought this was going to be the Phoenix Suns clean sweeping out the New Orleans Pelicans. But as soon as we found out that that Devin Booker was going to be out for 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks at tops, upon evaluation, because again, when you're out 2 to 3 weeks, you're not expected to come back just automatically, just like that. Oh yeah, the head coach is going to put you on the active roster automatically. No, you're going to have to go through the evaluation process before the head coach even gives you the head-to-go call in becoming on that active roster to play with that basketball team. So again, there is not a set in stone for Devin Booker. Who knows when he's going to be coming back, or when he's going to be returning, or when he's going to be fully recovered, not to mention. So again, this series has took a whole different 360 turnaround. And again, the question really looms going into tonight's game: what kind of Phoenix Suns basketball team are we going to be expecting? You know, could Chris Paul take this team? Can he take the fully load off? Take off the pressure of the Phoenix Suns and run away with this ball game and dominate the New Orleans Pelicans? Or are they going to keep this New Orleans Pelicans basketball team in place, and they're going to keep the New Orleans Pelicans dancing with them, with the top-seeded basketball team? And the New Orleans Pelicans are going to make this very interesting with a top-seeded basketball team. So, again, anything goes in this game going into later tonight. So, again, all I can tell you, folks, I love the Phoenix Suns. But, again, the question looms, what kind of Phoenix Suns are we going to be expecting? That's all I can tell you, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to all my great audience out there, thank you so much for tuning in to Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. You have been a great audience, and I really appreciate it. No matter where the heck you are across the country, around the world, we greatly appreciate it. Nonetheless, you have been a great audience. Thank you for coming on here, saying hello, and letting us know about our internet problems. Again, we really appreciate it that you can hear us very loud and clear. We can't thank you enough from the bottom of our hearts for definitely coming on here and interacting with us on Worldwide Sport Updates on your Sunday afternoon and Sunday morning, nonetheless, of Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. You have been a great audience, and we greatly appreciate it no matter where you are. Thank you so much, Facebook family, TikTok family, Twitter family, Instagram family, YouTube channel family, anywhere you may be at. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. Have yourself a great work week. Enjoy the rest of the work week. We'll see you next Sunday's podcast live for an edition of NFL Draft Podcast Edition going into next Sunday. We can't wait for that. So again, tune in for that one next Sunday. It's going to be definitely interesting. Nonetheless. Again, with that being said, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You have been a great audience. Enjoy the rest of your work week. And ladies and gentlemen, to all my Syrian friends out there, my cousins out there, my relatives, family members, anybody, my friends, including Happy Easter to all the Syrian Orthodox Christians, Catholics, anybody out there. The Christ has risen, and enjoy it nonetheless. So on your Happy Easter, nonetheless, on this Sunday, Happy Sunday, nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all next week. Enjoy the rest of the work week. Have a safe one. God bless. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care, Facebook family, TikTok family, Twitter family, Instagram family, YouTube channel family, TikTok family, wherever you may be around the world. Thank you so much. Have yourself a great week. Bye-bye. Take care.